morning and welcome to the classiest place on earth. Today has been fucking what the fuck is going on with the internet? What's going on with the internet today? I don't think it's just Twitter. I'm so sorry I'm late. I literally spent so much time just trying to figure out why I couldn't tweet. I don't know what's going on. I'm not blocked on Twitter, but I apologize. I don't know what's going on. The internet's broken. How the fuck are you? Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I hope you're doing fantastic. I apologize. Praise the fucking sun and good morning. I hope you enjoyed the tunes. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I really apologize. Like, normally I try to communicate with you guys pretty regularly on Twitter with like what's going on, and I literally tweeted 4 times this morning and none of them went out. Like, every tweet just kept failing to send. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. The world is broken. The internet's broken. We're here, though. We're here. We're queer and we're ready to get fucked. How are you? Happy Catterday. I hope you're doing wonderful. Yeah, I just don't know. I wish I knew what was going on. I haven't even blocked fucking Elon. Like, I'm one of those people, like, he just doesn't show up on my shit to block him. I don't know what's going on. Taco. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, and I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 fucking months. Coffee Toast Love, how are you? So I spoke to my significant other yesterday about Vegas. When I mentioned the Wheel of Fortune game, she said, when do we book? Oh my god, yes. Yes! Those games are fun, man. I don't know what it is. They're fun. It's not you. It's some random billionaire who wasted $44 billion on the platform and fired everyone. Well, like, I keep seeing this. I'm seeing all these people that are like, you can't have. Apparently, Twitter keeps going. Like, what is it doing? Twitter's saying you can't have. Sorry, I need to pin my hair out of my face. You can't have. What is it? Two-factor authenticate. What is it? Two-factor. Authentication or something. The word for it, I can't remember. But you have to have the blue check mark to have that. And I don't have a blue check mark, and yet I have not been prompted with that yet. I haven't been told I can't have my 2-factor whatever. And so I don't. What am I doing? This way. Don't look in the mirror. Mirrors are weird. Yeah, I haven't got that yet. Like, I haven't. So I'm wondering if maybe my Twitter's just being like shut down. I don't know. I really don't know. It's very confusing, but I apologize. Good morning, Viata. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. I feel so weird. This was a weird morning. Good morning, Gypsy. How are you, my love? Yeah, Twitter's removing 2-factor authentication. Is that what it is? The word 2-factor authentication for anybody that doesn't have a blue check mark. But I don't have a blue check mark, and I haven't gotten that like prompt. I don't know. It's so weird. Jesse Robbins, thank you so much for the biddies. I love gay biddies. Good morning. I gave my hubby the Fall Out Boy tickets finally. Oh my god, is he so fucking excited? That's going to be a really fucking good show. No, I'm not doing the Hogwarts Legacy because I hate J.K. Rowling. And honestly, I'm not really into Harry Potter anymore. Redbeard had that prompt this morning. He doesn't have the check either. I haven't had the prompt. And I don't have a check. Like, I thought because I don't have a check mark, I should get the prompt, but I haven't. I don't know what the fuck's going. It's so weird. Yeah, I've kind of just grown out of it. Why the hell would you cripple security for users? It is the weirdest concept, paying for security. That is the weirdest concept. Like, you have to pay Elon. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. You have to pay Elon to be safe. Which is, I mean, it feels illegal, right? Jackie, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it swings for a fucking year. That's
a year! I didn't reach my fucking co-XLR. That's a fucking year. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings forever. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so weird, and it's frustrating because I don't love Twitter, but I don't know how else to mass communicate to my community because not everybody has Discord. I don't know. I'm just like, I feel very lost. Thank you for the hype train. Let's cheers to that. I'm very scattered. Sorry, this morning was weird. I thought something was going on. And also on top of that, my computer's trying to push an update, which I am refusing vehemently. Uh, I went to turn my computers off last night and it was like restart and shut down, or it was like update and restart, update and shut down. And I was like, guess the computers aren't ever getting turned off again. So there's some Windows update that wants to push itself that I'm not doing. So I'm a little scattered and I apologize. But thank you for the hype train. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Cheers. It's plugged. Just kidding. Life is weird and annoying. Good morning, Zoe, my love. How are you? Dude, that's me too. Not enough. That's why I play like Darkest Dungeon, and I mean, I'm that way with like Lovecrafty and shit. Like, yes, I'm the first person to admit Lovecraft had a fucking cat named the N-word. Like, Lovecraft was a horrible, horrible human. But he's dead and he's not getting any money from me playing Darkest Dungeon. And I'll talk shit about him the whole time I play Darkest Dungeon. Isutik! Oh my god! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders. I literally just went live and I'm so scatterbrained. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Katie and it's wonderful to see you. Hello, Isutik. How are you, my love? My voice is crackly already. Fighting depression is hard, but looking at your beautiful face is easy. Oh my god, I love you, cum. I love you, cum, sugar. Depression is I mean, man. Amen to that, though, right? I feel you. Hello, Rin, my love. How are you? I stopped going on Twitter so much. I got it on Spoutable a couple weeks ago. It has been lovely. I only go on Twitter to tweet. Literally, that I'm going live and shit these days because it's just such a crap show. Mista, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it name swings for 20 fucking months in a row. I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you for the hype train. Thank you, Easy Chick. I just got it done 2 days, literally the day before yesterday. You can already see my roots coming in. The blackheads are starting. I don't know if it'll show it. I was talking about this yesterday. It's like a phenomena. If you have dark hair, you know what I'm talking about. But if you bleach your hair and you have black hair, like literally the millisecond it starts to grow out, because the black is starting to come out of your skull, my entire skull will look like it's covered in blackheads. It's great. I hate it. Cheers. I'm about to make dinner. Ooh, what are you gonna make? My hair grows so fast. I was appalled. After stream, I went and looked, and I can already see it. It's not gonna come up on stream yet, thank fuck, but I can see it right here. I can see all the hair is already coming out, and I'm just like, it's kind of phenomenal how fast hair grows. Really. It's amazing, but it's not actual blackheads, but it'll look like my entire skull, to me, is covered in blackheads, and I hate it so much. It's the reason I don't go blonde. I've been blonde once in my entire life, and the upkeep was just too much. Not into it. Can't do it. At least Lovecraft actually realized how racist he was. Did he really? See, I haven't read a lot about him. Near the end of his life, he started expressing his regret and his ignorance, and he died shortly after. No shit, I didn't know that, Silver. Tolkien also rewrote his depiction of dwarves after World War II, after realizing that it wasn't a good idea to model a fantasy race after Semites. I did not know that. I've just been educated. That's really cool. I didn't know. I love you, cum. I know. I gotta sit up straight. You're right. You right, girl. Stretch with me, motherfuckers. Ugh. Sit up straight. Pay attention to your back. You need your spine. Saturday's sandwich day. Ooh, we do a big sandwich of ciabatta, layered deliciousness. Yum. Oh, yum. Do it. Oh my god, like a panini? Oh my god, yum, yes. I love a good sandwich. We actually did a HelloFresh sandwich last night. It was a dog hair on my mouth. It was like a grilled cheese, but it had grilled onions in it and bacon. It was so fucking good. Oh my god. I can't remember what it was called. I'll have to ask Zach. It was one of the HelloFreshes. He made it. But it was grilled cheeses that had like caramelized grilled onions in it and bacon, and it was so good. It was so fucking good. I'm continually impressed with HelloFresh. I'm filled with odd knowledge. I love that. I love that because I want to know more. Like, literally, I didn't know Lovecraft was a racist until I streamed Darkest Dungeon, and then someone on stream, we were just talking about, the concept of separating art and artist is a huge thing these days. Like, with all these fucking musical artists being pieces of shit and so on and so forth. So it's a big conversation. Like, we're always talking about this. And someone brought it up. I had no idea. Like, I did not know that about Lovecraft for the longest time. Oh, Najee, you're right. Where's my do I have? This counts, right? I'm gonna have to fill my water and owe you. That's a bad. That's a bad. I didn't fill my water. I drank a lot of it. Oops. Go nom some dinner. Esutik and Esutik's fucking wonder ass community. Thank you so much for rating me today. But if you have been enjoying Esutik for hours and sitting on your ass, stand up, stretch your legs, and go take a break. I'm very, very honored if you'd like to stay and hang out with me, but in no way feel pressured. Please get some water and stretch and do your thing. I love you so much and thank you. What up, Gravity? How are you? Hello, LZT. How are you? What do you think? What do you think? Am I still George? I kind of like had a minor panic attack last night. I was like, oh my God, how am I going to still look the same? But I guess we can play this off with what happened last Monday. What up, Noble Crow? Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 8 swings. And thank you guys for the fucking hype train. I appreciate you. That's a really long time.
Good morning and cheers.
Bail bonds, do you like? I paid someone to do my hair for the first time in 2.5 years. I think she did a really good job. I'm honestly very impressed. I think that she did a phenomenal job. I have a load of onions I was going to caramelize tomorrow, so I'm totally doing that. Do it. It was really, really good. It was like, you know what, when you like slice onions super, super thin and you like saute them, but you kind of cook them down to they're almost like mush. So it's almost like an onion jam kind of. That's what he did and then put it on. It was really, really good. Raised.
Hail Satan, love.
Coffee counts? Okay, I mean, it's technically water, kind of. You're way more George now than ever? Really? Yes. Oh, fuck yes. I kind of, like, I literally I didn't even think about it. I haven't been in an RP show for so fucking long. But I mean, I guess it's still blue, right? Kind of. With the green. I find it interesting how often people discuss separating art from artists to free themselves of guilt. The problem is that the concept is meant to be explored after said artist is dead, like admiring Hitler's paintings of or his book. Yeah, it is. I don't, yeah, no, I agree. It is. It's kind of a weird phenomenon. It totally is. Ooh, I keep forgetting to share one of my favorite creators on TikTok. I put her in Discord. Oh, fuck yes. What kind of TikToker is she? They. Are they? Them? They? Them? Coffee's a fluid. It's got all that wet stuff, right? It's wet. Kind of shitty brown. It's fine. Kendo! Cheers. Hey, Katie, black hairs or not, you look amazing. Thank you for the biddies and thank you. I appreciate you. No one else notices it. It's just my hang up about my hair. But thank you. I think she did a really good job. I forgot what it's like to have your hair professionally done. Normally when you bleach your hair, it really just, I mean, bleach is damaged no matter what. We all know that. But normally your hair comes out feeling really like stiff and straw-like, and my hair still moves like hair. Like she did a really good job at bleaching the fuck out of my hair, but making it still like healthy. I don't know. I'm impressed. If anybody lives in the area and is looking to get their hair done, Kat Does Hair on Instagram. That's her Instagram. She's fantastic. But thank you. Bright. Borderline personality diva. Shut the fuck up. I'm living for that. Olaplex, dude. Olaplex, man. I would never put it on my own head, though. Have you ever applied it to your own head? I know you can buy it now. Like, you can I remember when Olaplex was invented, because I've told you guys, my best friend in high school went on to go to Gene Juarez, and he, like, has his own salon in Seattle. He has 2 salons now named out. Like, he has it's basically, he has his own, like, franchise at this point. It's really cool. He went on to be super successful with hair. He's phenomenal at what he does. But when he was, I don't think he was in school. I think he had graduated already and he was just working at some salon. But that's when Olaplex like came out. But only people who worked in a salon could legally buy it. And then all of a sudden, I started seeing it like for sale on shelves. I don't know. It's really dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. I know someone who bought Olaplex, put it in their shampoo or their conditioner or something, and literally a patch of their hair right here on their head, all of the hair broke off to be about that long because she put too much on or something, and it like made the hair strands so stiff they just snapped in half. I would never put that shit on. I'm just scared, though. I don't want to break my head. Ooh, new game recommendation. Against the Storm. Kind of Hades Crest was a city builder. What? Wait. Do I own this? Hold on. That sounds really familiar, but it's new. I probably don't. Hold on. Wrong keyboard. Katie's an idiot. I do own Against the Storm. Is this new? Oh my god. It's very fun, isn't it? I've fucked with it. I've fucked with it. I don't even know why I have it. I think I was actually given a code for it for free. Like, someone sent me a code in my email or something like that, and I've fucked with it a little bit, and I don't quite understand like, I don't understand it enough to be very good at it, but it's entertaining what I've messed with thus far. Some people's skill at coloring hairs amazes me. Me too. Honestly, I mean they do it for a job for a reason, right? A pro conditioned your hair because of bleach. Exactly. Your laptop died. Like died? No. Good morning, Bad Rhymer. Thank you. I just got it done. I like it too. Thank you, Celtic. I like it. It's very springy and bright. It makes me feel good. Just let professionals do what they're good at. I mean, right? What really the only reason I think any of us who fuck with our own hair is because it's expensive. So if I was to go buy 2 tubs of bleach and some hair dye to do my own hair, it might cost me $50, maybe. And that's like high quality salon ingredients. Getting your hair done professionally, $450 and 5.5 hours. And you're risking literally melting your own hair off. Exactly what Gorg said. Yeah. So you can see why some people are like, you know what? I think I'll do it on my own. Because you're paying for their talent and you're paying for their time. When my hair was to my ass, my hair could cost upwards of $800 just because it would take literally 8 hours to do. Disgusting. This is why I get my hair done once every 2.5 years. It's fun, Ghetto. I think you'll like it. It's kind of different. I find it to be a little tediously boring sometimes, but I think once I get the hang of it, it'd be fun. My mother was a cosmetologist. She don't like dealing with all the chemicals. I imagine that's got to be terrible. Like, if you've ever mixed bleach on your own, I'm sure, Kendo, because your mom does it, you've probably been exposed to this shit a lot. The smell, like literally just mixing like bleach that goes on your hair, the paste, it burns your eyes and your nose instantaneously. And these people do it every day, all day, their entire lives. It's got to do something, man. Today is Catter Day. I want to try to finish Stray today. My hand's not banged up anymore, so I can finally control her game. It's Catter Day, Saturday. I want to try to finish Stray today because we have Stray going and we have not. I don't know why I keep calling it Hatful Boyfriend. That was the one with birds. Boyfriend Dungeon. We'll play more of that tomorrow. Gonna go lurk, change my pump, run through the rain box and make dinner. Remember, you're a trash can, not a trash cannot. That's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. Rin sent me like I don't know what you would call it, a little video. I don't know, some fucking shit on Instagram. Everything has a name. It wasn't TikTok. A little video, like a meme or whatever on Instagram, and it was a little guy sitting on a trash can, and it says, "Remember, you're a trash can, not a trash cannot." I live by it. IG Reels, that's the word. They all have a different word for it. The videos. I don't know. I never know. Reels. Thank you. Yep. I get confused. There's too many names. The salons here only charge $180 for what process? Well, I mean, it probably depends on what salon you went to. I went to a specialist because I didn't want to ruin my hair. But I've never paid less than $300 to get my hair done, ever. Just because literally it takes so much time to do my hair, Viata. Ever. I would shit my pants if I left a salon under $200. Ever. I don't, literally. It's the time and probably the amount of shit they have to use on my hair. But it took, I mean, 3 of the hours was just getting bleaching my hair. I don't know. I respect it. They're professionals. It's always been that way. I feel like for me at least, it's always pretty expensive to get my hair done because it's super thick and takes forever. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe they hate me. Just theme your salon around everyone wearing latex and gas masks. Dude, that'd be awesome. Like a steampunk themed fucking salon. I love a good management sim. Management sims that move too slow drive me nuts. I tried one recently. I actually am addicted to builder games. I'm not buying games anymore, you guys know, because we're trying to clear out my fucking unplayed list. But I have a shit ton of simulation games, and I could literally go through them and tell you guys what ones I like and what ones I don't, because that's probably my crap, my like kryptonite. If there's a builder game sale on Steam, I can't say no. I love a good builder. But the one I tried recently was like Viking something. Where is it? Viking something. Viking something. I don't know. I have so many fucking builders. It's ridiculous. Hold on. It's okay, but it's slow. And oh, Land of the Vikings. Has anyone tried Land of the Vikings? Stonehearth is still the best that there's ever been. The best multiplayer builder there's ever been. I wish it had. I so fucking wish it had support or something. I agree 100%. This isn't. I actually literally have a sign above my door that says, "This isn't a whore house. It's a whore home." Because I'm a motherfucking homemaker, bitches. I decorate. It's just off brand decorating. Is Tiny Tina's Wonderland good? I've heard good things. Honestly, the only reason I don't pick it up is I have so many unplayed games. I'm on a game diet. I refuse to buy new games right now. I have so many. No shit, haircut, color, and style, man. I don't that maybe it's just like I've never not lived in a big city. Maybe it's big city prices. Not saying you don't get your hair done in a big city. I'm just trying to think why would it be so expensive? But literally, I've lived in Seattle and then Baltimore and then Denver. Maybe it's like, you know, we're fancy city stylists and this is what you pay. Maybe it's like that. I'm trying to be nice, but you know what I mean? Hair to dark, so bleaching it, dude. You know what's crazy though, Bubblicious? I don't know if you heard me talk about it yesterday. So, because, my hair had grown out literally for 2.5 years. So, about to my chin, this was all my hair. That was just natural black and silver hair. When you have what they call it virgin hair, that's like the term. When you have virgin hair, it bleaches so easily. It's insane. My hair only needed one bleach. One. Unheard of. One round of bleach on black hair got to this color. Unfucking heard of. That's wild. Like that doesn't happen. I've never had I literally in the last since I was in 4th grade, I have not had that much virgin hair on my head. It's been a while. But it bleached, I mean, evenly, perfectly. It was crazy. But the thing is, so for those who don't get your hair done or you don't bleach your hair, if you have permanent hair dye on your head, when they go to bleach your hair is going to come out like this weird coppery color and it's going to have this crazy band where the dye was like closest to the scalp where there was lots of heat because heat makes the dye like activate stronger and it's impossible to get rid of. Like there are special hairstylists that have YouTube channels and stuff who literally their entire life is specialized in getting rid of that band because it's such a fucking bitch. Because you have to put bleach on the band, but bleach can't touch any other hair. Otherwise, that hair will literally melt off. It's wild. The most fun one I've played recently is Honey, I Joined a Cult. That one's really good. I played that on stream. That one was super fun. The Vikings one is fun, but it's like, so you know how a basic builder, like a builder city management kind of game, you start with like a longhouse or a lodge or whatever, basically the home base, and then you have a couple little dudes, and then you start building and you start getting more dudes and so on and so forth. So basically, in this Vikings one, you start building, and like wherever you put the houses of where people are going to live, they actually have to be within a certain vicinity of your resource management buildings. Otherwise, they won't work them. So like that makes sense, right? And that's not too big of a deal at the beginning. They almost always plant you like right on a beach where there's going to be fishing and fish to harvest or whatever, right next to a mountain. But then all of a sudden, it's like now you need steel and coal and something else. But those resources are literally on the other side of the map consistently. All the maps are exactly the same. They're not procedurally generated or anything. Depending on what map you pick, you'll always start in the same place and the maps always look the same. And so all of a sudden, like you've got this really good, thriving, pod that you've been spending hours on. Now you have to start to it's like they want you to how do I say this? By the time you need steel and coal and all these advanced resources, you need them immediately. Otherwise, your entire city starts to get depressed immediately. But they don't give you enough time to like build out to the resource just so your people will fucking work it. You essentially have to build another city. But like rapid fire, I don't know. It's kind of annoying. I don't like that. Like, I always stop playing at that point because I try. Like, I sit here in my mind and I'm like, okay, this time we're going to do this and this and this. And I start plotting it out in my head, like how to do it before the game just says everyone's so unhappy they kill themselves. It never works. I don't know what it is. If anybody's played that Vikings one, let me know. There's some trick to it, I guess. right next to the sign that says, "Do not knock, we work from home and have dogs." Seriously, I also have a sign. I have so many little signs on my doors around the house and shit like that. One of them says, like, "Welcome, depending on who you are and how long you plan to stay." No shit, 30 gigabyte download. Oh my god, let me know if it's good. I love Tiny Tina's nailed the D&D humor. Really? See, and I mean, uh, um, 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 the core games they came from. I just blanked. My brain wants to say Mass Effect. It's not Mass Effect. What is the games that Tina comes from? Help. Why? I love them. I played all of them so much. Borderlands, Jesus Christ, thank you. I love Borderlands, and Tina was an awesome character. I really need to put it into my library, but it's on my wish list, and it's definitely a plan. Oh, Kendo, I did get a pic of it bleached, kind of. It's not a very good picture because the lighting in there was weird. Um, hold on, I'll put it on my Discord. The way that it was actually really nice, but the way that the place was designed, the wall behind me, so I was facing a mirror, and then she's behind you, like doing your hair, whatever. The entire, like literally, like a 50-foot wall behind us was all windows, and light was coming through intensely, which is probably great for the stylist. But if you've ever had a window behind you and you're trying to look in a mirror, like you can't see anything. The bright ass light like makes you basically look like a shadow, like a silhouette or something like that. So it was really hard to get a picture of it, but I did my best and I kind of got one and it's just silly, but I'll show you. It got real blonde. It was pretty crazy. I've only had I did keep my hair blonde one time in the past, but because of the blackhead phenomena, I just couldn't. Like the upkeep of blonde hair on me is just stupid. Okay, hold up. I didn't open Discord. Ugh! I'm an adult. I started getting gray hairs at my temples. Think my time for show my ID ever again is soon here. I have silver everywhere. That was kind of the coolest part about letting my hair grow out, actually, was just seeing like how much silver I truly had going on upstairs. Because I know once my hair grows out, I can see them right here. And I know I have like that streak in the middle, whatever the fuck that is. And I've got them in my eyebrows. I know I have silver hair in my eyebrows. So that was kind of fun to see how much I have. I'll be salt and pepper. I think that's what will happen eventually. I'll just be completely salt and pepper. Where the fuck did I put it? Here it is. It's how aroused are you at this moment? Chief Greenleaf. What the fuck is up? Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it 8 swings. Vegas hype. Oh, are you gonna go? Oh, fuck yes. Why not? I mean, honestly, it's fun just to go to Vegas. That's what I keep telling people. Cons aren't that great, but Vegas is fun. I'm S&P now. I kind of dig it. Aren't I hot? You love it. Shut up. You're aroused. Get out. You love it. Siege, and I have had blonde. Do you remember that? I think I did it like I mean, maybe it was right before I started streaming. I don't know if I was streaming yet or not. It was years ago. I did go fully blonde one time. My hair was long.
I am fire. I am death.
Kendo 161 gobble gobble $100. To help offset the cost of your beautiful hair color.
Thank you. Kendo, what the fuck? Thank you. That GIF is it's literally as old as my channel. The smoke kitty, and it has always been the exact GIF that will be if anybody tips me over $100. It's very, like, it's kind of a, it's just this legendary creepy thing in my channel. It's been here for ages, though. It's just hidden. Holy shit, Kendo. Thank you very much for that insanely generous tip to the channel. And to my hair. Bless you. Thank you. Holy shit. I just pooped my pants a little. Oh my god, LCT, are you gonna go to Vegas for real? Oh my god. Not only do I get to meet you for the first time, I get to fucking meet you in the cesspool of America. You're gonna meet me in sequence. How does that feel? Talk directly into the mic, please. I have a Vegas wardrobe, my dudes. I'm fucking going. I am so excited. Kendo the fuck. Thank you. I don't know, that stunned me a little. Thank you. Thank you. But Stajan, I did my hair blonde years ago, but I did not leave it like Draco Malfoy white blonde. It was more of a gold blonde, and it definitely looked better than that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was white blonde. It looks like it's the color of my skin. Looks like I'm just bald or like something is going wrong. I totally get that. I have the picture. I think I do, like, at hand quickly. I think I have that picture of me super blonde. I was just gonna pull it up if I could find it right away, but sometimes we get lucky. Like the other day, I had that emote just like happened to be sitting there, ready to fucking go. Sometimes we get lucky. It happens, but most of the time, Katie's totally unorganized, and we do not. It's the worst. I don't think I have it at hand. Anyways, I was blonde at one time, but I got rid of it quite. Oh, I found it. Just kidding. Wow. Just kidding. Sometimes we get fucking lucky. I found it. Open, please. It's not a very good picture. It was literally me holding someone's puppy and being excited, but it is me blonde with very long hair. Boom. That's Katie of another era, my dudes. That was, oh my god, 10 years ago? Ish. That was my friend's puppy. And I've always liked dogs, if that's not apparent. I love dogs. Cheers, Vex. Shall we all cheers? Cheers. Oh my god, the void is beckoning. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god, you guys how did you see him? Fucking A it is, Mishy. Go O's. Isn't that crazy? It's so, I know, oh, my hair was, when I first started streaming, my hair was to about here. It was like dragging around a dead body all day. The void is here to say hello. Hello, my baby boy. What are you doing? Hi. I'm to say hello and good morning. Okay. Good morning, baby. How are you? Did you have a good nap on the couch? Yeah? Good. I'm so glad. I can stay with Johnny's. Oh, fuck yes. So we're in the, oh my god, you guys are gonna be, oh my god, we're gonna have so much fun. Stop it. Stop it. We're gonna have so much fun. I mean, Chronicle, if it was anywhere else, I would not be so stoked. I am mostly stoked to go back to Vegas. I haven't been since my Nana passed away, which I think is almost like 4 or 5 years now, which is crazy. When I used to go multiple times every year my entire life. Like, we just half lived there. I miss Vegas. I like the spectacle of it. I don't spend money there. I don't really gamble, but I have a good time anyways. Like, you don't need to spend money. Lilith, you are so aggressive. So aggressive with the snuggles. Thank you, Kendo. Your hairdresser deserves the money she charges, but you deserve the donut. Thank you. I agree. She deserves it. Can you imagine holding your hands like this for 5.5 hours, lifting my hair off my head? Like, she was telling me I think she's maybe in her mid-20s. She's already got arthritis in her wrists. That's what hairdressers go through. Like, I think they deserve it too. Like, I don't want to pay it, but I'm not gonna, like, you know. Lilith has to hump every day. Every day. Yes, Mishy. It is my Orioles hoodie. I got a stan. Dude, Trick, you're so weird. I know. Oh my god. When I got home yesterday, Chronicle, no shit. Watch out, bud. Come on. Watch out. We'll take a break in a second. When I got home yesterday, so normally if I go out for like a couple hours or like an hour, when I get home, they lose their minds, obviously, and jump all over me and they're like, Mom died. but I was gone for almost 7 hours because my hair took like 5.5, took like 45 minutes to get there, and I got stuck in horrible rush hour traffic on my way home, so that took me a really long time. And I opened the front door, and literally, he comes up to the door, and he did the thing, normally before they jump on you, they do like this excitement, like double chin thing that's precious. He couldn't get out of that to jump on me. Like, he was so distraught that I was gone for so long. He just sat there like, it was the fucking funniest shit I just started laughing hysterically at him. My dogs are clinically addicted. It's so weird. But they are to Zach, too. Like, Zach doesn't ever just leave the house for 5.5 hours, because why the fuck? He's not getting his hair done like I do. But if he leaves the house for an hour even, Trick won't sit down. He just paces the house, making these very pathetic little, like, mm, 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 mm. He's the kid from Christmas Story. Meatloaf, beatloaf. I hate meatloaf. He'll do it for hours. He cannot stand when the pack is split. It like drives him insane. Silver, I 100% get that. I think it's a lot of nostalgia for me because I spent my childhood in Vegas. Like, I have so many good memories of just running up and down the strip with all my cousins. Vegas has the best hotel rooms, and it's honestly, I think it's the best city to go. You can have a very fun time and not spend very much money. You know what I mean? Like, unless you have a gambling problem, and I'm not here to call you out, but unless you have a gambling problem, the most expensive part about your entire trip is just going to be getting there. Because you can do most things like, sit down at a slot machine, put $1 in, and you'll get free drinks for the next hour. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are ways to do Vegas and not spend a dime. It's just knowing how the fuck to do it. It's the freak out wiggles, yeah, where they just get stuck, like, ah! Yeah, I love it. It's precious. Oh, when you got out of the Navy, didn't notice I managed to book a cheap weekend at the Mirage and somehow got into EDC. That's fucking awesome. Well, she always does. It's every day at this point, Omar. Literally, Trick will get on my lap to have a cuddle, and Lilith is jealous, so she goes behind him and humps him. Every time. So, do you guys remember yesterday I was telling you about that one time I had ketchup piss-colored hair? Because I dyed bleach blonde hair, fire truck engine red, and my hair does not hold red at all, and I didn't know. That's me deep-throating a burnt marshmallow, because winners like burnt marshmallows, but that was the hair color. It was so bad. Anyways, that just happened to be in the same folder right next to it, so I thought I'd pull that up and it lets you enjoy that fucking nasty. That was literally 15 years ago. That's disgusting. Old. My dad's poodles do that when he leaves them for a long period of time and sit at the door chirping. Yep, it's the chirping, the little like shit. Yep, exactly the same. Separation anxiety to the max, hard. He probably sat at the door for the 3 hours you were gone. Kendo, literally, Zach said maybe like once every 45 minutes, Trick would come into the office, Zach's office, and look at Zach and just go, and then leave again. So I bet you're right. I don't know why. Both of them, though, they're both just like, oh, you. But I mean, I can't blame them. I literally have been around 24/7 since we got them. They just want you there to gamble. Exactly what Taco said. Like, for those who don't live in the US or you're unfamiliar with the Vegas concept, Vegas, the city, like the city committee or whatever, they make it on purpose. They make it as cheap as possible for you to get to Vegas and to stay in Vegas because they want you to gamble. And if they make it super expensive to get to Vegas and stay there, you're not going to gamble, and gambling's where they make all their money. So I guarantee, like, or I don't guarantee, but like, if you're thinking about the Vegas TwitchCon or just going to Vegas for any reason, look at your local airports and local airlines for package deals. Literally, some airlines have have a contract with Vegas, the Vegas airport, where you can get to Vegas for under $100. Because Vegas gives that airport or airlines a kickback of what they take in revenue and gambling money and shit. It's wild. There's so many different ways to get to Vegas, but make sure to look for deals that are like hotels and flights put together. Because there's usually, they look like they're a scam. They're almost so cheap. It's pretty crazy. I know there's the Bellingham. So if you live in Washington State, the Bellingham airport, like the one up in Bellingham, that's literally like a very chintzy little airport with like, the airplanes are like one-seaters with a lane in the middle. You can fly to Vegas for $60 out of that airport because that airport gets a kickback from Vegas for doing that deal. So look at little airports all around you. I swear to God, I'm a pro fucking traveler, my dudes. You can travel inexpensively. I'm not a wealthy person, and I've been across the globe. It's possible. You just gotta look. Dominance assertion. She is definitely the alpha in this house. Is it weird that I like it? The hair, not the deep throat. The deep throat carbon. No, dude. To each their own. I probably hated it because my hair was blonde and I wanted it to be fire engine red. But for some reason, my hair does not hold red at all. It literally washes. I don't even have to wash my hair. It just starts to come out on my pillow at night. It just comes out immediately. So I was hoping for fire engine red and ended up with ketchup piss water. I was pissed. I had to go to a wedding with that hair. Ugh. Chronicle, dude. I mean, maybe we should put together a Discord channel or something for people that want to try to room up. Although, be safe. Please be safe. Please be responsible when meeting strangers online, obviously. I hate to say that. Strangers in general, always be safe. But a lot of our community actually does room up together. I know, like, Will and Penis, Ice Phoenix, and Ryan, Rocket Man, they usually always try to get a place together. They usually rent a Airbnb apartment or something like that, and they'll just be like, "Does any other dudes want to sleep on the floor for $20?" Like they do that kind of thing every con they go to. There's ways to do it and make it super inexpensive. It's just if you don't travel a lot of people blow their wad and don't really know any better. So I'm just here to try to help. Hello Hex, hello Vile, how are you, loves? Scientists have discovered the first life form known to actually eat viruses. Shut the fuck up. A virivore. What? Scientists have discovered the first life form known to actually eat viruses. A virivore is a microscopic organism known to actually feed on viruses. Haltera, a single-celled protozoan that eats chloroviruses, has officially just been crowned the first. Where did they find it? Wow, look at this. This is what it looks like. That is really cool. I'm kind of like, my mind is just buzzing. Like, what are the implications of this? What are the possibilities of that? That's fucking amazing. Last time I met a stranger online, we got married. Same. Weird how that works out. I won't be able to make it to TwitchCon Vegas. My cousin's wedding is October 21st. That's more important, but I will miss you. At least we've already got to hang out before. Nick, cheers. Thank you for the biddies, Honey Bean. How are you? Bacon, how are you? We do have convention talk. That's true. I just want people to be safe. Like, obviously, like, don't just be sleeping in random, be safe. Be smart. You guys are adults. You know better. Cheers. Elbow, my love, how are you? Miss Goodfeels, good morning. Cheers, everybody. Oh, no shit. It doesn't just eat them. It eats and reproduces by doing so. Wait, so is it kind of a... I'm going to have to read about it. So this is a dumb question if you haven't read into it. I mean, does it have a nucleus? Is it like a living cell that's eating viruses, or is it more similar to a virus eating viruses? Because I'm going to Vegas. Are you going to go, or are we going to get to hang out? I'm real excited for all y'all who I haven't met yet. If I get to meet you for the first time in Vegas, you get to meet me at my prime. I'm going to be in fucking high heels and sequence Vegas the fuck out. Because that's what you do in Vegas. It's dress up time. Under a microscope, alien life is already here. I'm pretty sure that octopuses are aliens. You can double cheer if you want to. I have to be careful because this weed is so strong. I actually went and found my one-hitter bowl last night for this, specifically this weed, because it just rocks me, dude. This is the difference. One hitter, not a one-hitter bowl. They're nice if you've got insanely strong weed and you don't want to roast yourself stupid. And this weed is so potent. You booked your hotel last night? I'm so excited. Honestly, I'm super excited because it's Vegas and Vegas is fun no matter what. But it's just been so long since I've got to hang out with the Twitch community. It's weird when you, like, I remember before COVID times bitching about only getting to see people once a year. I was like, I hate that cons are only once a year, and that's the one time a year I get to hang out with my community in person. And now I'm like, give me once every 3 years at least. Vegas is so Anubis. That's the thing. Vegas is only expensive if you don't know how to do it. I firmly believe that because I've been going my entire life. It's not expensive if you know how to go about it, in my opinion. Because the city of Vegas, like their ploy is to get you to gamble because that's where they make all the money. So they make deals with the hotels and with the airlines, and they try to make it as cheap as possible for you to get there and stay there so that you'll gamble. So as long as you don't have a gambling problem, like I barely gamble at all. I'll hit up a couple blackjack tables if I can find one that's like under $10 a hand. But other than that, but yes, Zach and I are both going to both TwitchCons. Zach has booked our hotels for Paris and Las Vegas. So if any of y'all are thinking of those TwitchCons, we will be throwing parties and there. Once a year is not enough, but also, right? It's like, now I feel like a dick for bitching about once a year. COVID hit, and it's like, okay, I haven't seen people in literally 3.5 years. Do I look different? Do I smell different? Oh, Vile, dude, do it. That's a beautiful time of year to visit, actually. We could go up in the mountains and actually see the trees and stuff. That's why I refuse to eat octopus. If it's smart enough to be able to learn calculus, you know what's crazy? I love octopus. And I haven't eaten it in like 10 years, ever since I like learned more about them. I don't know if I could. They're so smart. Like they're smarter than us. It's weird. Every time I get sushi, I'm like, they're smart though. Taco, yeah, I love octopus. I mean, you guys know Greece is where I'm gonna die, and octopus is a way of life there, but goddamn, they're smart. They're so smart. BDO, good morning. How are you? Ooh, completed second uni paper, so successfully compressed 1.5 months of learning, plus written and submitted 2 papers in a fortnight. So when's the next time you actually have something due? Exactly. If you can hit a jackpot, get the fuck out. That's literally, Kendo, the way my mom, like, because my whole family, I've told you guys about my Nana. She was a damn card shark. My family is just, they like to gamble. It's like a gamble, not a dangerous gambling culture, but if they go to a casino, they know how to play cards. And I grew up in that, but what my mom taught me and raised me with, ever since I was 18 and legally allowed to go to like reservation casinos, she was like, you go in with a set amount of money, and when that's gone, it's gone. You're done now. And at first I was like, that's so stupid because they have ATMs everywhere. But it taught me such a valuable lesson. That's how you get in trouble, is being willing to go to that ATM over and over. And suddenly you have no money left and you literally just paid to play Willy Wonka like slots for an hour. So that's the way I go. I'll go in with $50. When it's gone, it's gone. And then I just go see a show, or like literally you can go play Keno or bet $1 on fucking horse races or something. There's so many things to do in Vegas that cost literally $0. You just got to walk around and find them. It's, if you don't have a gambling problem, you can fucking afford to go to a show. And the shows aren't too bad, and they're worth it. That's the thing. Like, I've never been to a show in Vegas. I've only been to a handful, because they are kind of expensive. But I've never been to one in Vegas that wasn't, like, out of this world, blow your balls off impressive. They are fucking great. It's Vegas for a reason. All of them. I've seen like 3 different Cirque du Soleil ones. I can't remember what the third one was. I went and saw the Beatles one, and then 2 other ones, and I cannot remember what they were. It's been so long. I just haven't been there in like 5+ years now. It's sad. Hello, Sammy, my love. How are you? Paris would be so much cheaper for me. I'm actually excited for Paris because I've never actually spent time in the city. I've driven through France many, many, many times, going to different places, but I've never stopped and stayed because I don't know anyone in France. I don't have any friends there. I don't like speak French, so I've never stopped. So I'm kind of excited to actually like be there for a couple days and see it. Yep, 200 set aside. As an adult, that's usually what I do now. It's going with like 200. But when I was younger, I'd go in with like $20 or something. Go to the quarter machines. If you start with 100 and get 600, leave after 2 lost hands in a row. Exactly. That's the key, is knowing when to leave, knowing when to pull out and keep your money. Last time my boss went to Vegas, he walked down the street and there was a guy getting thrown out of a large casino saying, "No, I can win it back." Oh, they talked to him and he'd bet and lost his house. Oh my God. I didn't even know you could do that. I have seen the show at Excalibur. Oh yeah, I've seen almost all of the classic shows, like the Circus Circus show, the Excalibur show. I've been to the car shows at the Wynn. I've seen like the Sinatra and the Marilyn and the Elvis. All the ones at the old hotels that are like still to this day, you know, like the crooner lounges and shit. I've been to all that stuff. I've never seen Celine or Britney. I haven't even been to Vegas since they've been there. That's how long it's been since I've been there, which is weird. But I really like the Cirque du Soleil, and then I can't remember if it's Cirque du Soleil, but it's like called Zoo something. It's like the kink one. It's acrobatics, but it's kinky, and you see some titties. Does anybody remember what that one's called? I saw that one with my mom many, many years ago, and that one's really cool, actually. It was Zoomanity, thank you. Zoomanity, if that's still there, that one's phenomenal to go see. I mean, any of them are cool, because just the things these people can do with their bodies is out of this world. Seeing Phantom of the Opera in Vegas has been oh my God, I'm jelly. That would be incredible. Oh, I saw the water one. I saw O. I think I saw O, Rin. Thank you. Yes, Ka was fire. I think I saw O. I saw the Beatles one and then one other one, but I don't think I saw fire. Dude, I just don't remember. Fuck. I bet if I went to Vegas, it would jog my memory in a minute. Doesn't gamble. I mean, Anubis, Vegas would be astronomically cheap for you. Just saying. I mean, for real. I honestly, like, Vegas isn't the best place in the world, but for people that haven't been to America, I think it's, if you wanted to dip your toe in and have a nice, safe couple of days in America, Vegas is literally like a super ultra condensed cesspool of America in one couple of blocks. It's literally like a strip of street that is just America saturated. You don't have to, like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? You kind of get a really good, just like, taste. Biloxi, Mississippi. I've never been in casinos outside of Vegas or Washington, actually. How does one bet a house? I don't know. Like, did you have your fucking slip on you or something? Yeah. Like, did you have the physical deed in your pocket? Do you carry that? Isn't the Excalibur show where they invented King Arthur's son, Prince Christopher? Honestly, I don't remember. I just remember there's jousting and shit. It's kind of like medieval times or something like that, like a medieval times dinner theater thing. I was really young when I went to those. Zoomanity's not there anymore. Bummer. That was a cool one. I was on a cruise with my first wife. We didn't have a lot of money. We took 25, go have fun. I hit a 50s slots jackpot. Fuck yeah, cashed out. She was so pissed. She thought it meant she could gamble longer. Bitch, that's not how you do it. Sorry, we made an agreement to play till it's gone, or you get tired of it. I love Cirque. Me too. Cirque du Soleil blows me away. I don't know. A lot of people think they're a joke. It was mystery. It was mystery. Good job, Bryn. Thank you for being a brain today. It was mystery, Beatles, and O, which was the water show. But honestly, I would go to any of those again, and I would go to any Cirque du Soleil show. They're really these acrobatic people that do these things with their bodies and swinging in the air and shit. And the music is usually phenomenal. I don't know. They're really cool. I like theater stuff, though, so I'm into it. I've never been to a magic show in Vegas. That's one thing I've never done. I would have loved to see Penn and Teller, but I don't think they're there anymore, which sucks. You wake up to chaos. Nikki Haley, it's fine. We don't need to spell her name right. Versus Trump. Oh my God, that bitch. Is that the woman? Doesn't Chris Angel live in some penthouse in Vegas? Probably. If he has a show there, usually the people, like, I know, like, Celine Dion and Britney Spears, they all have penthouses there because they have a regular show there. Jesse Robbins, have you? I've never been to one outside of Vegas, but I've never heard a bad thing about Cirque du Soleil shows. Like, they're pretty phenomenal. The MGM in Maryland's so ghetto already. I never went to that or the Horseshoe. I had friends that had been to the Horseshoe before, and the cost to play a hand of blackjack was like minimum $15. For a casino in Baltimore? I'm good. I went and saw I definitely saw Siegfried and Roy before they got tore up by the Tigers. When I was a kid, I saw them multiple times. I have, like, as a kid, I had so many shirts that were like Siegfried and Roy themed, like cat shirts, because I loved big cats and tigers. I had so many. Big fucking fan. I heard Penn and Teller were amazing. They're so funny. Zach, I think, got to see them once. I missed Totem because I was in the hospital getting diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Oh, fuck. I didn't see Totem either. I love Cirque. They're amazing. They really are amazing. I've heard, I love up close magic. Is that what you call what David Blaine does? Is that what it's called? Up close? There's a word for it. Because there's like stage magic and then there's up close magic where they truly fuck with your mind. David Blaine scares me. I've watched Contact. Is it Contact Magic? I've watched documentaries on him where he actually explains how he did some of his tricks. He will literally spend 3 years shoving a sword through his cheeks over and over and over and letting it heal so that it will never develop a scar, so that now he has this piercing so that he can shove a sword through his cheeks. Like, that guy is so psychotically, scarily dedicated to the art of magic. He scares me. Street magic, he fucking scares me. But he's amazing and I love to watch it. Did you get to pet them? I didn't get to pet them, but I did. I think I got to go in the dolphin. Didn't the Mirage have like a dolphin thing at one point, if they don't anymore? I got to go into that and I got to, I don't know, I think I pet a dolphin. I don't remember. It's been a while. I was a kid. More than any city, if you want to experience American culture, try the Midwest. But I can't imagine there's any one place. America's too far. I agree. Like, it's really, really hard to say there's any one place. Because even, I mean, I know a lot of people would say like, oh, New York City, because New York City is super diverse. But New York City in no way, shape, or form feels like any other city I've ever been in my entire life. In America. Every city in America is a little bit different. Like, they're all a big city, but they all have a different vibe. Just a different feel in general. I'm 33, almost 4 years of my life. Spent only one time in the U.S. I was in Seattle for 3 weeks. Morning. Have fun streaming. I was in Seattle for 3 weeks. I didn't expect to go back to your continent anytime soon. I don't expect to go back to your continent anytime soon. I'm sorry. Did you not like Seattle? Usually people fucking love Seattle. I don't like Seattle either, but usually people love it. My first Vegas trip, I bailed on Lord of the Dance with my parents and went to see Carlin. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous that you got to see Carlin, the fucking goat of goats. Oh my God. The frog living in his stomach, the fish living in his stomach, like he's trained himself to just be able to hold water in his stomach and be able to just spit it out of his mouth at any given time. Like, he trained his throat to just like project water out of his stomach. A lot of what he does is illusion. I mean, he does do sleight of hand stuff, but a lot of what he does is literally just putting years into training his body to do absurd fucking shit. And that takes a unique person. I wouldn't sleep in the same room as them. Ever. Someone set off a firecracker in the MGM in Maryland the last time I was there. What? Everyone was running out at one because they thought it was a gunshot. I mean, I would have fucking bailed like nobody's business. Everyone says morning. I think he's already live though. We actually need to take a break. I didn't realize what time it is. Remember those skits where David Blaine kept messing with the two dudes to the point where they would run away? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, I love those ones. So I would run away from him. He scares me. Seattle's awesome. I love the cold being as fat as I am. I just have no reason to get back there. No, I get that. See, no matter how much fat I have on my body, I'm pretty sure I have faulty fat, like it's default, because I'm just never warm. I will not be warm there. It's just freezing. When we meet, can you motorboat me so you can say you have motorboat? Wait. When we meet, you can motorboat me so you can say you have motorboated boobs that were in the presence of Carlin. Oh my God, yes, please. I just picked my nail polish off and now it's stuck to my finger. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck? Why is it stuck on me? Nervous picking. Yes. Hi, boy Will. How are you? Good morning, love. Lived in Vegas 36 years. No shit. I've seen it all at one point. It gets very cliche after a while. I mean, I think that's everywhere you live, right? I used to live on the East Coast. I lived in Baltimore for quite some time. And I totally took for granted that I could take a 20-minute train to DC and go to all the Smithsonians at any one point in time for free. And now I kick myself in the balls daily for that. I think that's everywhere you lived. I grew up on a lake, like on a beach. You want to know how much I swam? And now, you know what I'd fucking give to live on a beach? You always take for granted what you live in, right? Yes, my octopus teacher fucked me up. That's another one. They're so smart. I am a demon. It's facts, though. You didn't know this? Wait, did you not know this? Thank you. I just got it done. Thank you. Right, Vile? That's, I really, I mean, I would do it all the time, but I didn't quite, you know, you take it for granted because then you move somewhere where there's not one free thing to do in a 100-mile radius of you, and you're like, yeah, I miss that. DC is kind of a shit city, but all the Smithsonians are free, and they're just enormously amazing museums you can go in at any time and just hang out in, unless the government decides to shut down because they're all fucking nitwits. That's how I feel about Baltimore and I know. We were talking about that the other day. I don't remember what we were talking about, like travel, and I think someone was asking me like how I feel traveling as a woman solo, just around the world internationally. And I think I was like, oh, I feel really safe. And then I kind of had to stop myself and be like, I feel like my opinion doesn't matter. Once you live in Baltimore for any amount of time, like your like gauge of unsafe is skewed. Aaron or Nern, I don't know. It's very skewed. I don't think I'm the right person to ask about that. I don't really have a good sense of danger anymore. I have a sense of survival, I guess. Oh, the Natural History Museum at Harvard's amazing. I got to go in it. My very first time actually visiting the East Coast when I was like like freshman in college or something like that. I got to go. We walked around Harvard with like a tour guide book, and and this building was built in blah 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 blah. It was so lame, but it was fun. When I lived in Cali, I didn't realize how far away everything was. Drive 6 hours one way to go to Frisco, 6 hours back, and it was a day trip. Moved out east, now 6 hours will get you through 3 states. Exactly. Dude, it's so... Sugar, I used to say the same shit when I first moved to Baltimore, because that's Washington State. If you went to, like, Forks, but you drove to Spokane, it would probably take you 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours to get across the state of Washington State. But if you drove 7 to 8 hours on the East Coast, you'd probably hit all the states. It's weird. It's so weird. It's like, if you look at the United States of America, it looks like they were like, we're going to make really cool shapes of states and squares because we're lazy and bored now. And the states just get huge and they become just, enormous land masses. It's really bizarre that the East Coast, like I remember, and of course I moved from Washington State, which isn't the biggest state, but it's pretty big. And I moved to Maryland, which is like a fucking sniff. And you can accidentally just be in Virginia. Just going on the freeway somewhere. Baltimore Aquarium is the best aquarium ever. I'm going to take Zach there someday. I live in DC. I just never have time to go to the Smithsonian. I get that. Nope. And that's another thing. Like, when do you have time to go? It's like you can go on the weekend when it's packed, or you can go on the weekday when it's full of kids. I get that. I always used family visiting me as an excuse because I had family in Washington State, like my parents and my sister. And if they visited, I was like, let's head up DC. It was always just a really good excuse to go to see all the Smithsonians because to them, it's very exciting and foreign. I still have to pay for those things, but I get a I live in the state discount. Oh, that's nice, though. I think state parks do something like that, don't they? I've never been to Monterey Bay or the Shed in Chicago. Those are two I haven't been to. I really... Is the Monterey Bay one? That's not the one in Atlanta, is it? I've heard the Atlanta Aquarium is phenomenal. When I was driving through the Northeast, I drove through Rhode Island in 40 minutes. You can get through a portion of Maryland in less time than that. Like the weird little sliver arm that's over DC. You can get through it in almost 15 minutes. It's real weird. Driving from New Jersey to Texas, we spent 10 minutes in Delaware. That's so fucking great. It's true though. Whereas it's so weird because the West Coast, it's like Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Boston. I mean, Massachusetts. You've got like a million states on the East Coast. West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. There's your West Coast, and I guess Alaska if you want to get real fun, and Hawaii. But it was weird moving over there. Like, there's so many more states. Anime, thank you for the resub, love. I appreciate you. Amaretto in the coffee. Yum. Do you use, like, a syrup? Or a kid? I mean, obviously, yeah, definitely. The DC Zoo is pretty good. Are you talking about the free one? I think there's two, isn't there, in DC? One is, like, the it's like the Smithsonian Zoo or whatever. It's the one that's actually paid for and free. And there's, or I mean, it's not paid. It's paid for and free to us. It's paid for with our taxes. And then there's one you actually have to pay for tickets to go into. The one you pay for tickets to go into, I really enjoyed, but the one that's free, man, the ape exhibit crushed my heart. It was literally like cement cubes with sad apes in it, with like literally a handful of straw, and they had like a sheet to put over their head. I was broken. I really like monkeys, and that made me sad. Oh, it's in California. That's the one in California. Oh my God, have you ever got to go to the San Diego Zoo? I've gotten to go. That's probably the most major, you know, animal park I've ever gotten to go to. Another one though. I don't know if it's okay. I take it back. The aquarium in BC, the aquarium in Vancouver, Canada, is amazing. Has anyone been to that one? It is so fucking dank. Mad. Thank you. I just got done. People from Europe. Oh, I don't see my family too often. They live 45 minutes away. I know. I mean, that's even some people in America. Seriously. It's like, I grew up in the middle of nowhere where if you ran out of milk, it was a 45-minute drive to the gas station and back both ways to get milk. So like you just didn't forget milk. And I've dated 2 different guys now who are like, we have to be within like driving distance of a grocery store. Like, what do you do if you forgot something? You just don't forget it. Like, grow up. What the fuck? People are so fucking used to convenience. It's weird to me. Driving from Alaska to Colorado, I had to cut through part of British Columbia. Dude. And that was 3 hours of that day. It's a gorgeous state though, isn't it? Did you get to see some of the nature? That doesn't mean you're uncultured, Sammy. Some people just try. I mean, honestly, if my mom didn't move us around so much as a kid, I probably wouldn't be such a mover as an adult. But, you know. Why? Okay. Yeah, I moved before the age of 4, I moved 4 times. You know, and I've been to like 7 different schools before I graduated high school, and I think that just made like something in me not really concrete. I don't feel like I have to stay anywhere, and I kind of get itchy to experience something new a lot. I don't know. It's still wild to me that no state in the US has public access to nature, which is standard in Sweden. I mean, we kind of do. Kind of. There's it's weird. It's like we have the national parks, right? All across the US. You'll see like Yakima National Park, Snoqualmie National Park. I'm just naming Washington ones because those are the ones I can think off the top of my head. But you'll see national parks everywhere. And then there's the parks that you actually have to pay to go into that have like a feature, like the Grand Canyon or Yellowstone because of the geysers, you know, so on and so forth. Those ones are, you know, you can pay for like, you can pay $25 to have a week pass just to drive in and out of them as you please, or you can pay like $15 for a day pass to go into them. And that's because there's like employees and shit like maintaining the land and taking care of it and our taxes. I don't know. There's reasons. I don't agree with them, but there's reasons. But we just like there's again, I grew up in a state with a lot of it, so it might be different across the US because I haven't lived everywhere. That's impossible. But in Washington state, there is so much uncharted, unlived on just state land that you can just park on the side of the road and hike into if you want to. There's no laws stopping you. Like obviously there's laws like whatever you bring in you need to take out. And if you get caught littering or setting anything on fire or doing fucking nefarious things, you're getting in trouble because it's state land. But anybody can just go in and out of it. I mean, if you drive across the mountain pass in Washington state, any of the mountain passes, the entire time you're driving across the pass, you'll see cars just on the side of the road. And it's just people who have decided to pull off and go on a hike randomly. And it's all like available. Yeah, does anybody know what the differentiation is between like, because there's national parks, which are literally everywhere. Like all of the state land in the US will usually be part of a national park. And then there's like Yellowstone and those ones. I don't know like what are they called? What would be the name differentiation? Because they're both a national park. My brain hurts. I don't know. But there are some very convoluted laws. Like in some states, you can actually own the beaches. Like you can own the land up to the edge of water. So like in the South, for instance, majorly in a lot of the southern states that I've visited, people that live on a lake literally own the beach that their house is on up to the edge of the water. So as a pedestrian, like if I go use the boat launch, I literally cannot walk off the boat launch onto the sand because that person in that house owns that sand. But in Washington state, where I lived, no one can ever own any land up to 13 feet from the water's edge. And I can't remember what that's called. There's a name for it, but it makes it so no matter what, water in Washington state is available to the public. It's for public use everywhere. So it makes it so like if there's a public use boat launch, you can walk from the boat launch onto the beach and enjoy the beach, even if there's a house right there. They do not own the beach. And you can't own the beaches. It's impossible. It's like it's not a thing. But in the South, there's entire bodies of water that no one can swim in except the people circling it with their houses because they all own the beach. There's no public access. That essentially belongs to those people. It's very weird, and I don't know the like logistics behind it. I've just heard about it. Oh, state and federal, I guess would be the differences maybe. Plus, national reserves are in a different classification. Oh, that's essentially it. Really? Okay, that's literally it. National park versus preservation. So which one is the one you have to pay to get into? Would that be the park? Like a national park and then national reserves? I don't know. National parks. Okay, so national parks are pay to visit, like Yellowstone or Grand Canyon, so on and so forth. Okay. Grand Canyon's kind of a different one, too. If you visit the Grand Canyon via the south side of the Grand Canyon, which is like the famous side everybody's seen pictures of, the Native American tribe actually owns that side of the canyon. So you cannot get to the edge of the canyon without paying someone. And they've built like a glass walkway along the edge you can walk on. But if you drive to the Grand Canyon via the north side, it's public access. And in my opinion, prettier because there's trees and stuff as opposed to desert. I don't know. It's just two sides of the same fucking gap in the earth. I've taken 2 long road trips in the last year, one to the Grand Canyon, also meeting CK, Zeke, and Rod, which was awesome, and then off to the NEUS, visited 31 states in the span of 9 months. That's so fucking awesome, though. I'm glad you got to do that. I would love you if you were a worm, too. Sequoia National Park, General Sherman Tree, and then there's Joshua Tree. Joshua Tree is a national park, but it's like public land. Like anybody can go into it. And that's why I'm confused, because the ones that are public land are still called national parks. Like the ones you can just drive through and walk on, they're just like owned by the state and protected by the state. You know what I mean? I'm confused. That's what's confusing me. Maybe I'm stupid. I like the North End Kendo. That's my favorite, honestly. Right, Zoe? On the north side, there's like campsites and stuff, like little cabins and stuff like that. Thank you, Crazy. I just got it done. It's new. I've never been to Niagara Falls. That's one I've never been to. I need to see it someday. I've never been to Big Bend in Texas either, but I've heard it's beautiful. When I drove to Baltimore, I made a point to drive through as many national parks as I possibly could, just because why not? Like, when else am I going to fucking go to Utah? So I went through, I definitely went, what's the famous one in Utah with the really pretty red rocks? I'm just blanking on it. I actually have my book. I have, like, my guidebook from, hold on. Actually, let's take a quick break. I'm gonna grab it, because I saved my pamphlets from every single park I went to. Is Joshua Tree pay to visit? No shit. Oh, I went to the, wait, did I go to Arches? Is that Joshua Tree or is that, not Sedona, but I've been to Sedona, Arizona. Sedona's beautiful. It's, Zion, the Arches Zion. Thank you. Zion's the word. That was the word my brain was having a hard time remembering. Zion National Park. Yeah, I went to both. Zion's really interesting because if you're on the way to the other side of Zion, you have to pay to drive through it, or you turn around and go around. But it's just a road through. Like, you can literally just drive through it. But it was beautiful. It was phenomenal to see. Bryce was fucking beautiful. Bryce was probably my favorite. Honestly, just in terms of how I had no idea what Bryce was going to be like, and it was phenomenal. I go to Yellowstone every year. Never gets old. Always beautiful. I've never been to Yellowstone. I've been to the other one, though. The one that's, what's it called? It's like Yellowstone Light. Glacier. I've been to Glacier. Oh, the Tetons. I went to Teton National Park too. That one. Picture fucking esque. Have you ever seen water as clear as Teton National Park? Ever. That shit was unbelievable. Tetons fucking blew my mind away. I don't know, crazy. I haven't been that south in forever. I haven't seen the redwoods. Grew up on the West Coast, never seen the redwoods. That's another one I need to see. Okay, quick break, real quick. Every couple of hours we take a break. I run a little ad thing to get it the fuck out of the way and stretch my legs and take my dogs outside. I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna go grab my book real quick just to pull out all my fucking pamphlets of where I've been and what I've got to do. Because that was honestly, it was one of the best decisions I made was making sure I stopped and I took Millie. I have pictures of Millie held over the Grand Canyon like Simba. Millie saw some shit. I need to go to the redwoods. So my plan is that sometime when I visit my parents, I'm going to take one of their cars because they have literally a ton of cars, and I'm going to do the drive. I want to do the whole drive down the West Coast, like where is it the Pacific Highway or something? Where you drive all the way down the Oregon coast and then you go into the redwoods. I've never done it as a whole thing. Like I've done the Oregon coast. I've gone to the sea lion caves. I've been to ocean shores and shit like that, but I've been to Southern California, but I've never done the whole thing. And I'd really like to do that. Really, really like to do that. The PCH, yes. Yes, I'd really like to do that someday. Someday. I have so many things I want to do. I need to go to the Garden of the Gods. I've still never been to Garden of the Gods. But there's a lot of places to hike here. I feel like there's a lot to do when it's nice weather. When it's not nice weather, it's not. Okay, break. Thank you. Someone has redeemed fucking ad time, so I have to go. I love you guys. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Welcome back. Sorry. I found my book, my travel thingy. What the fuck? Like there's a fuzz. This is my Frommer's U.S. travel book. I have a lot of these travel books. I really like, what is it, Steve something and Frommer's books. I usually get them literally months before I go anywhere, and I learn all about the place I'm going to go. It's kind of psychotic, but it makes me enjoy it better. I don't know. But I have literally the receipts and everything from where I went. So we went to the Grand Tetons, and that one, $30 is what that pass cost. And I think that was just a day. Maybe a day pass is more expensive than I thought. Grand Tetons, literally, doesn't it mean like big titties in French? Which is hilarious. But the water and shit was so fucking, that's what it looked, that's the mountains. The water was so goddamn clear. It was like something out of a movie. It was glass and a huge body of water. You could see all the way to the bottom. It was amazing. And it was just gorgeous. There are apparently an abundance of bear. And every 5 feet, you're going to fucking see a sign that says, don't bring food, don't bring animals, don't leave anything, there's bear. So maybe bring bear spray. I don't know. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my channel. Oh shit, did I just take that out? There we go. Okay. And then the other one I went to a couple. I went to the Grand Tetons, and then we went to Zion. Yeah, I think it's $30 to go in for the day, which is kind of expensive. I don't know what it is anymore, but it was $30 to go in. Grand Tetons are beautiful. I mean, not Grand Tetons. Zion, that's the one I was talking about. You just drive. You can just drive through it. But it's like these just phenomenal red formations of rock and these beautiful green valleys. I don't know. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. Zion is one of the most famous, and I think for a good reason. It was beautiful. What up, Donna? How are you? We were looking at all the like parks I'd gone to and what they cost. Bryce Canyon was the other one I went to. $30. Yeah, I guess they're $30 for a day pass. Bryce was beautiful though too. Bryce is like the one that looks like towers. They stapled my receipt right to the top of it, motherfuckers. That's the Tetons. I mean, not the why do I keep saying the Tetons? That's Bryce. In the snow, though. I did not see it in the snow. I saw it in the summer. But it's still beautiful. I mean, it's phenomenal. You walk around the ridge of it. I think you can pay to get tours to go down into it, but you can't go by yourself because people were, like, destroying the rock or something like that. And then this is the Grand Canyon one, the north rim of the Grand Canyon, which, in my opinion, is the best one. Because it's the prettiest. It's green. I like green. The other side's a desert, and you have to pay to see anything, which sucks. I don't think it has any pictures. Kind of. I don't know. It's everybody fucking knows what the Grand Canyon looks like. Just go see it. The Grand Canyon's beautiful no matter what you do. But the north side, you don't have to pay to get on the edge, which is nice. From Grapevine, they're looking for peeps to work in Alaska. In Alaska? Why? I think that's the last one I went to. Or those are all the ones I went to. But yeah, I saved them in their designated states. Because anal retentive much. Oh, Sequoia National Park lets you go for free if you have a handicap placard. That's awesome. Honestly, there are a lot of parks that they should, because there are so many parks that you drive into them and you're like, oh, I'm definitely going to be able to see this. And you get into it and it's literally like a pretty hardcore hike to get to anything you're actually going to see. Actually, there is another park I went to that I don't have a pamphlet for. And I've told you guys about this one because I went into it accidentally illegally. I didn't know. I went into it and there was no one at like the little kiosk to pay. So I just drove in and walked around. What was it? It was the Pueblos, the national park with Pueblo. Is it Pueblo National Park? It's the one that has like the really cool Native American Pueblos built into the cliffs. No, not Bryce. Yeah, I think it was Pueblo. I don't remember, but I drove around it all by myself and then I just didn't know. Apparently they closed at dusk. There was still sun out though. I have pictures. There was plenty of sun. I don't know. But I went to that one too, and that one was probably my favorite, but just because there was no people there, because it was closed. I actually think, hold on. It is pretty fucking cool to see these like structures built into a cliffside, built by like ancient civilizations. That was really, really, really fucking cool. However, when I went, there was literally buzzards circling these buildings, and it was like sunset. It was fucking magical. I don't know. And there were no people there, which is the best. But I definitely, I didn't get in trouble or anything, but I found a sign that said the park closes at dusk. Do not walk around the park without it being open or some shit like that. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. I didn't pay to come in here. Oh, I pulled up a picture of Millie over the Grand Canyon. That's what I was going to show you guys. I found the picture of her over the Grand Canyon. Where did I put it? Shit. Did I lose it already? Oh no, I put it on my desktop. My mooser. So this is Millie over the Grand Canyon on the north side. So you see, there's a huge lodge up there you can walk through, but the north side's really green, it's beautiful, but that's Millie having her Mufasa moment over the wonders that was. She got to see the Grand Canyon, my dudes. Like, sometimes I feel like I didn't give Millie a good enough life, and then I see shit like this, and I'm like, you know what? I did okay, I guess. Like, what dogs get to hang out over the Grand Canyon? I miss that dumb little dog, though. She was a good one. She was a winner. I had one more I was going to pull up. Okay, so that's Millie over the Grand Canyon. This is the park that I went into illegally. And this is like the drive into the park, the Pueblo National Park. The drive into it, you basically drive through like this desiccated, I believe it was a burnt down forest. But I thought it was so damn pretty that I took pictures up there. I just thought that like the sunset and everything. And I was all by myself, there was nobody there. So I just kind of fucking like chilled, you know what I'm saying? Probably not legally, but I did it anyways. But it was just beautiful up there. I mean, how can you not? This, and then, hold up, I have one more. This is the Pueblos. So that's the actual, and then there was the buzzards flying over. It was getting dark, obviously. I probably shouldn't have been there. But, I mean, it's phenomenal to see that. Like, that was really fucking cool. Just the idea of it is really cool to me. And that was the one. Because you can actually, this is the point where I found out I shouldn't have been there. Actually, this is the exact point. So there's an upper rim, which is what I'm on right now, taking this picture. And there's like little stores up there and stuff. And then you can walk down into the lower part and actually walk up to those buildings. But at the top of the pathway, literally was a sign that said the park closes at whatever, at dusk, and no one's allowed in the park, like all this shit. And I was like, man, do I go down there and push my luck, or do I just get the fuck out while I'm good? And I got the fuck out while I was good. Oh, this is inside the tree? Hold up. Twitter won't load. Is Twitter broken? No, thank Jesus Christ. I was like, fucking. That's not the thing I wanted to open. This is the thing you're trying to give me. Look what it's doing. Viola, is it broken? Is Twitter broken or is it me? She had a pretty good life. Oh, this one day will be yours. She owns it now. Over the rainbow. Oh, did you run into a bunch of... You know, I've never run into cool... Well, no. I've never run into, like... I mean, you guys know my story of going to the Grand Tetons and those people... I mean, you guys probably heard the story. This was years... This was literally the year I moved to Baltimore. So what was this, like 2014? But the day that I visited the Grand Tetons, another pair of people were there. It was a father and son, and they saw a baby buffalo and thought it would be fun to put it in their car. And then they drove it to the park rangers and were like, we found a baby buffalo. And the park rangers literally had to put the baby buffalo down because it was... The herd wouldn't take it back because it wouldn't stop going up to humans. People are stupid. Not a joke. You can Google the story. It was horrible. I painted a water buffalo, like not a water buffalo. I painted a water buffalo as like tribute to it because it broke my heart so much. It literally happened the day we were there. We didn't know until we got home. We were like, wasn't that the day we were literally there? So stupid. Hi, Mark. How are you? It's so stupid. So stupid. I know. It's heartbreaking. And apparently that's a big problem. I mean, you guys have probably seen videos and clips of this, but when you drive into some of these parks, there's some areas that are just like wide open range before you actually get into the mountains or the Tetons or the said park. And there will be literal herds of hundreds of buffalo crossing or stampeding across the road that you're on. And there are signs everywhere. Every fucking pamphlet says it everywhere. Do not get out of your vehicle. Stop your vehicle and just wait for any wildlife to pass, whatever you're running into. Because America is a zoo and there's wildlife fucking everywhere. I guess people see moose and bear and elk and buffalo and gazelle and so on and so forth. And so when we were driving down one of these crazy straight, just straight up into the Tetons, it's just this enormous, I mean, I don't even know how, it's just this vast landscape of nothingness, of flat range. And there's buffalo. A herd of buffalo is crossing the road in front of us. And I shit you not, the car in front of us, they get out of their car and start walking up to the herd to take pictures. And a mom charged them into their car again. And you're just like, you gotta wonder how some people make it to driving legal age without getting run over by something. Like, where is the sense in any way, shape, or form? Mikey fucking soundtrack. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it a swings, honeybee. And I appreciate you. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways, because nothing is sexier than pure sober consent. They did Zoe. They got in big, big trouble. I think they were fined thousands and thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, just for touching the wildlife. But then it was like, attempted stealing from the government, essentially. Like, taking an animal and putting it in your vehicle in a national park. I don't know what you would call that. It's like theft. It's stealing from the government, essentially. Like, they got majorly slammed. Oh, big time. Thank God. Fuck that stuff. Speaking of Twitter, you can still use the Authenticator apps to use two-factor authentication. Don't freak out. Musk decided to text two-factor was for paying customers only. You know what's really weird, Ain Mosey? I'm not a blue check mark, and I have not been, instigated via Twitter to get rid of my two-factor authentication at all. But Twitter's also like insanely borked for me for some reason. Like, I'm just trying to load up this tweet that File gave me, and it's not. Am I being like blackballed on Twitter for what's happening? What's happening? I think the most recent one I saw was all these people surrounding a moose in Alaska to try and pet it. I don't know what to do with that. Crazy. I don't know what the fuck to do with that. What? I'm sorry. I'll finish the sentence. I just vomited in my mouth with stupid for some reason. The most recent one I saw was all these people surrounding a moose in Alaska to try and pet it. It ended up killing a kid, and then the parents tried to sue the park. Common sense isn't common. Right, Onyx, I was gonna say the same fucking thing. Circling any wild animal is a fucking idiotic idea. But who the fuck doesn't know moose are murder machines? They're literally so tall they can look in a second-story window of a house. They're dinosaur deer. What the fuck? Is it me then? Am I being bald? I can't even get to load. I'm not even kidding. I'm still sitting here. I just keep doing this. Is it me? Is my Twitter getting blackballed for some reason? Interesting. I'm not going to think about it. Right? Kendo, imagine if there was a baby moose and a mom. They'd all be dead. They'd all be dead. People are getting the pop-ups to remove text authentication, but it goes away at the end of March? What? Oh, so they're just going to take it away. Why the fuck? Why not just take it away? What? That's so stupid. It's so stupid. Exactly. It's like, I guess I take for granted that I grew up just watching animal shows and being aware that a moose will kill you. Especially a moose, because they're used to being surrounded by wolves, so obviously that's a bad idea. Right? Exactly. That's what predator animals do to kill things. Cartoons probably make people a lot dumber. Dumb fuck, right? Wizard's first rule, people are dumb. People are stupid from the Sword of Truth book series. Really? I don't know why. I'm not using a VPN. Not while I stream. I don't. It was only a yearling. It wasn't even an adult. It would have killed all of them. An adult moose with a full rack of horns would have murdered them. That's insane. Same, Donna, I guess that's a better way of saying it. Yeah. I wouldn't say that I know moose are murder machines, but I'd logically assume they could be dangerous based on their size. Any wild animal. I'm not going to go up to... I guess that's just... I grew up in an area where there's a lot of wild animals, so it was, like, very advantageous for my parents to be like, don't pet cougars. So, like, I wouldn't go up to a fucking wild turkey. I'm not going to go up to any wild animal. Not only are they most of the time very dangerous, but they are riddled with diseases. Riddled with parasites and shit. My God. Not to mention humanoids have forward-facing eyes, so that's like our quintessential predator behavior, right? And I think to most of wildlife, most of the animal kingdom, eye contact is a challenge, isn't it? I think. It's like, I think if you look not a monkey is a really general term, but if you look like a primate in the eye, they will rip your skin off your face, right? Oh, this is inside the tree. Oh my God, that's you inside of a tree? Inside a tree. How many people do you think could fit inside that tree? Real talk. That's insane. Wow. An adult female moose with no antlers would have stomped them all to paste. I would never, yeah. I would never, I grew up around elk, and we were kind of taught the same mentality about elk as moose. Elk aren't as big as moose. I don't know if elk are as ferocious. Elk tend to be more herd animals, whereas moose tend to be more solitary, I think. But we were taught the same about elk growing up. You see elk in the woods, get the fuck in your car. Because if there's a cow and a baby somewhere, you're done for. You are done for. Like, they don't stop. I'm 6 foot, crazy. I'm 6 foot. I might graze its balls. Depends on which type of cougars. I mean, true. Do we smell like predators? Interesting. What is like, I know this is probably a stupid question, but how do I word a question? How do we smell like a predator? What does a predator smell like? No one would know that because we can't ask them. Like, what does that mean to smell like a predator? I'm genuinely curious. I just don't know. I don't know how to word my question. My dad, me, stepson, and brother fit in there. Oh my God. And there was still room to fit both you and Zeke and the dogs. That's incredible. That's a fucking huge tree. How old do you think that tree was? Or do you know, did they have any signs that like projected the age of the trees? Funny bit, when we drove my wife's grandma to Arizona, we stopped at a diner for food. Grandma ordered soup and cornbread. She got a bowl of soup. She got a bowl of soup and 2 slices of white bread. A small bowl of whole kernel corn was brought to her. We were trying to figure out what happened. Grandma blurts out, "It's my cornbread." That's actually kind of fantastic, though. What up, Theory? How are you? What the fuck? That's amazing. It's the more abnormal the smell, and humans are the most abnormal thing out there. That kind of makes more sense. I was just trying to think, like, is it our diet? Because most humans are kind of omnivorous / carnivorous. Does that like make us have a scent? Like, I was trying to figure that out. That is interesting. I can smell your fear. It only said it was struck by lightning 33 years ago, and that's why I was able to climb inside. You know what's interesting? There's actually a tree in Washington State, in Snohomish. It's not a redwood or anything. It's just a trunk of a tree, but you can drive a car through it. And it was struck by lightning the year I was born, which was like 34 years ago, which is weird. We don't just smell different than anything wild they've smelled before, typically. And that makes sense, honestly. That would be danger. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I couldn't, like, my brain was like, what is predator, though? But different, yes. Oh, no shit. It's why they tell you if you're handling predators to not wear deodorant. Diet also contributes. Predator scat smells nasty. And predators, like, we were just talking about this yesterday, I think. This is why we don't hunt carnivorous animals, right? Because we taste bad. Carnivorous animals tend to be disgusting. Like, we're like really gamey, musky fucking nasties. Whereas animals that only eat vegetables tend to taste really good for some reason. I don't know the science behind it. And that's why hunters approach game from downwind. And I knew that because, like, all the men in my family hunt. And they've always said, you don't want the predators to smell you. But I just thought it was smelling human. I never equated it to danger because different. It's just interesting. I never thought of it that way. Yeah, we do taste bad, right? Yeah. Hear that, vegans? You're on the menu. I was vegan for like 6 years, and it was during that whole stint when people were like, vegetarians and vegans' pussies taste better, and if you drink pineapple juice, your cum tastes like magic. I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? Look for the vegans. Just one vegan circled by a bunch of people tying bibs around their neck. I've never been out in nature very much in my life. Grew up in the big city and my parents don't drive, so we didn't travel out much. It's not easy for me to go into nature as an adult because of my medical troubles. I still know better than to pet any wild animal, even though my last words could easily be, "Here, kitty, kitty," when I spot a wild cat hoping to snuggle one. Same. Even if I didn't have experience with wild animals, I feel like there's something in you that's like, don't circle a moose, you know? That being said, I've said this for years, but like when I get old and I'm about to die, put me in the woods and just let me try to cuddle a bear. Let the bear take me out. I'm fine with it. My last words will be like, "Oh, you're such a cute little Care Bear." I'm cool with it. I'm cool with that. Like, I don't want to die shitting myself in a hospital bed. I'd much rather be that other way. 100%. House cats will eat you. I think dogs will too. If you die, I think your animals will eat you if they're starving. You won't see a wild cat typically if it's about to attack you. I believe that. They scare me. I've seen those pictures and shit of like hunters holding up their kill and there's the glowing cougar eyes right behind them. Ugh. Cougars are wild. That was the only thing we were really warned about growing up is cougars. I grew up in Eastern Washington where there's like wolves, cougars, coyotes, everything. Moose, elk. And the two things I should say that we were warned about, cougars and deer in rut. A male deer in rut will gut you for fun. Just a deer. No thank you. See a black bear and I'm like, "Oh my God, you're so cute, let me pet you." Yeah, and then we die. But I mean, like, we died happy, right? Letting a bear snuggle you to death is just donating your body to nature instead of science. And I'm into that. Like, I'd much rather just get, digested and put back into the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for that. Well, Ain, you remember, oh God. What's the movie? There's a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he gets mauled by a bear. And it's fair. I mean, it's fairly realistic. Like, I won't go into details. Revenant, The Revenant, Revenant. I saw that I saw that in IMAX. Don't do that. That was a bad time. Is it Revenant? The Revenant? Revenant. Revenant? Revenant. Revenant or Revenant? Yeah. Really, really good movie. Some of the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen in my life. Like, they do some amazing drone shots. But oh my God. Fucking wild. It will fuck you up. The Revenant is a fucking adventure. My ex and I went and saw it at the theaters. I think it was like one of our very first dates we ever went on. And right when the movie was over, we left the theater and he goes, "Let's go do something happy now." Because there is no happy in it, I guess. It's not a happy one. Genova, how are you, love? I haven't been eaten by a bear yet that I'm aware of. I just remember Adam Savage cosplaying as the bear from The Revenant. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Big cats are actually an outlier in trying to strangle or kill prey before eating. Most other animals don't bother. Don't big cats usually grab them by the neck and either strangle them or like puncture an artery so they bleed out and die? I see a bobcat and hear their little nubs going back and forth, and I have an unbearably strong urge to pet. Same. Like, I know they can kill me and want to kill me, but like, part of me doesn't care because I might get a millisecond of feeling how soft they are. The videos online of Komodo oh my God, Komodo dragons. I'm a big fan of Komodo dragons. They are some of the most interesting / terrifying creatures on this fucking earth. They amaze me, but also like, I don't want to hang out with one, you know? A laugh riot? Bull, what the fuck? I've heard about that. I heard about that. The largest wolf ever seen. Don't they suspect it's like in its teens. It's old as fuck too. Don't pet the danger floof. As strong as the urge may be. I don't think Elizabeth Banks has directed any movies yet. She's been in a ton and maybe no, didn't she help direct Zack and Miri? She might have co-directed, if not she directed Zack and Miri Makes a Porno, didn't she? I think so. They're so fluffy. Oh, yeah, no, we're dead. We're dead. But I mean, it's a good way to go. Has she directed multiples? Did she direct Zack and Miri? I feel like she did, but I don't remember. Oh my God, palace cats are amazing. I feel like I'm spiritually a palace cat. Like, if I had a Patronus, it would be a palace cat. You know what I'm saying? My inner beast is a palace cat. It's just like an obese house cat living in the mountains. Oh, she directed movie 43 as well. Yes, yes. I knew that one. I forgot about that movie, though. The last time she was spotted, her head was at the side mirror of a Suburban, and her tail was past the end of it. Fuck, dude. I could never. I was literally. Zach and I were just watching something recently. I can't remember what it was, but the person in the movie found some like ancient old animal that had managed to survive forever, and it had this huge rack of antlers, and they killed it. And I was like, I don't know if I could. Like, even if I was some sport hunter, if I found some deer that was like, you know, a 20 point, I don't know, some astronomical point, I don't know if I could bring myself because I'd just be like, I fucking respect you, bitch. You have lived. You know? What exactly? There are if I understand I'm not against hunting, like hunt for food and shit, but like that's not the one. A, it's probably old and it's meat, it's garbage anyways. But B, like that fucker's survived. Like I would just be like, bow. That's the forest spirit at that point, you know what I mean? No shit, you were followed by a pack of coyotes? That is creepy as fuck. We always knew one of our cats died because in the middle of the night you just hear like a bunch of coyotes out of nowhere on the beach, and you're like, oh, they got a cat. Great. One night, Boo and I were high as shit, and we got on the subject of lobster. She was like, "Yeah, they put them in the pot and they die." And I knew this, but my stepdad made gumbo, and it was like the first time I put. Oh, yeah. You know, most of the people I know that cook and regularly cook with lobster for some reason, they put the lobsters in the freezer first, so that they like basically go into a hibernation before they kill them. Most of the people I know are they're not like heathens. Like, there's no advantage. There's no like, you're not getting better flavor out of a fucking animal by murdering it in a horrible way. You know what I mean? I've always seen people who are like, yeah, you stick it in the freezer till it's asleep, like dormant, and then you kill it. Because why? Why? It's still alive. Like, I understand it's a sea bug, but just because we're higher in the food chain doesn't give us the right to be cruel. Were you really, Vile? That's like an honor. That's very exciting. Oh, I was gonna say, speaking of big cats, I want to play more Stray today. Shall we play Stray? We'll take one more break, just get an ad out of the way, and then I want to play some Stray. It's Catterday. Yeah, that's fucking sad. You don't boil lobsters alive for flavor. The whole point is they go off very fast if you kill them. Thank you. That's it, right? So there's no point in doing anything until you're about to fucking cook them. There's no point, right? Crabs are the same. Crabs are absolutely the same. Like, they keep crabs alive until they're in the steam pot. But they freeze them. They usually, they freeze them. They put them on ice so they're all, like, asleep and dormant and, like, ugh. So it's not like you're just throwing a bunch of things trying to escape you into a pot. They try to make it not as cruel as possible. They're sea bugs. I mean, they're straight up sea bugs. Just look at a molt of a tarantula and next time you eat a blue crab, look at the inside. They're the same. You're just eating a little sea spider. That's all they are. Last thing about the wolf was she had been seen with her pack, which seems to be 4, and those wolves were reported to be over 200 pounds. Well, so this is what I've read before. I read this actually recently. So, like the antiquated view of like, there's the alpha wolf and the beta wolf and the omega wolf. All of that's been completely disproved. And they've basically said and realized or whatever that packs of wolves are almost always a mom and dad and their babies. And the pack will bust up. The babies will go make their own pack. The mom and dad might have more babies, might not. And they make another pack. And that's basically the cycle. So those are probably her babies. Those are her children. We're making dire wolves, fuckers. Put him in a kiddie pool, let him have some fun, give him some toys. I stabbed my lobster in the head before I boiled it, but not sure if it died fast enough as it's a giant roach, basically. Well, so as someone who also has to behead roaches often, because I have a lot of spiders that I feed, what I've read, and again, this is just like, I don't know, no one knows anything really, but what I've read in terms of invertebrates is they do not have a nervous system the way you and I have a nervous system in terms of interpreting pain. You and I feel pain because we have an endoskeleton on the inside, and pain means death for us. Whereas the pain response for an invertebrate is more get away from whatever's causing this. It's not like crying because ow. It's an instinctual. That's why most invertebrates can literally like lose a couple legs, and they'll grow their legs back. The pain we feel is not what invertebrates experience in any way, shape, or form. They still have a nerve response, obviously, but it's not the way that mammals have a nerve response. And it's hard to explain. I'm not a pro in it, but it's different. Thank you for the resub. So, cheers, Beach. Oop, I gotta repack. Thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. If you haven't used your Prime sub, please don't forget to use your Prime sub somewhere. It doesn't have to be here, but just use it. Thank you. Zag, that's absolutely true. You know what's crazy? You and I could live without a head for months. The only reason that a person who has their head cut off dies is because of all these vessels and everything we bleed out. But I'm sure you've seen chickens with their head cut off, or you've heard about a chicken with its head cut off, the saying, running around with your chicken, like a chicken with its head cut off. Because if the chicken doesn't starve to death, they can live for quite some time. Because your heart has its own brain. Hard quotes on that one. That is a super layman's way of saying it, but your heart has its own brain. It is not controlled by this brain. So this brain, that's why people can be brain dead and still be just chilling in a bed. You know what I'm saying? Kendo, you silly fuck, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs in the channel. I appreciate you. God damn it. Big Gun TV, Helsing Revamp, Nesteros Power Slop, Hundelism, Azos, id8408K, Cugger, Cynical, Sly, and Vexry. You're all about wizards of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Thank you, Kendo, you generous hoe. I appreciate you. Fennec, I heard that was like a rumor, and some scientists who like look into dog genetics and stuff, what they're doing is they're actually like collecting genetics. They have dog genetic companies now where you can send in your dog's spit or whatever, and they'll tell you what your dog is, like what breeds it is. What they're doing is they're collecting a lot of that data, and what they're discovering is the vast majority of people who claim they have some sort of wolfhound, those dogs have zero wolf in them at all. It was kind of just this weird rumor that was started, and what it is it's a Malamute Husky bred into usually a couple other breeds. Usually like there's some German Shepherd in there and something else, and people have, selectively bred them until they're bigger than Alaskan Malamutes, and I think Malamutes are like the biggest one, right? They're huge. I mean, they are astronomically huge, and it was a marketing campaign to get people who were like, I want to be badass and have a wolf, try to buy these dogs. But now that there's all these gene companies coming out, many, many people have done it. And they're like, my dog is less than 1% wolf, when what they were sold was like 9. I can't remember what it's called, but the same thing happens with cats because, there's that, what is it called? Is it called an Amazonian, something like that? There's a couple cats that are literally crossbred and a couple ancestors down from like ocelots, but it's a domestic cat you can get. Do you guys know the one I'm talking about? And there's, they call them like S1, S2, S3, and that basically means how many generations they are away from the ocelot. And that's what people were doing with this wolf dog, but it was all basically a lie. Because wolves are not domesticated. The wolves and dogs we have today, not the same. Like, there is something to do with the brains and domestication and stuff like that. So whenever you add in wolf into a dog breed, it's inevitably going to end up a very vicious, mean animal, like 100% of the time. So it's always a fail. So instead, they just went with the lie. F1, is that what it is? Like the hybrids, right? I used to sell tickets at cat shows when I was in college, so I learned a little bit about the cat stuff, but I don't know a lot. Exactly, and they're not good pets in any way, shape, or form. Like, wolves are wolves. Like, they have fucking, instinct to be a goddamn wolf. They're going to rip your house apart. I mean, lots of people have done experiments where they've had baby wolves and tried to domesticate them and stuff. I know there's those people, I think it started in Russia. There's like a group of people or an organization that did like a crazy, like a hyper sped up domestication of foxes by just breeding them as quickly as possible in as short amount of time. So you know how humans sometimes get their period at 12, but maybe we shouldn't have babies at 12? They were essentially taking the human equivalent of a 12-year-old fox and breeding them as soon as possible. And they would only breed the nicest, most pleasant, domestic-seeming babies. And they just kept doing that as fast as fucking possible. So we were able to take the wild, undomesticated fox and make a semi-domesticated one today within like 13 years, I think, was how long it took. Correct me if I'm wrong. I read a book about it once. It was fucking wild. It is. I think it's really interesting. I feel bad for people that got like kind of gimmicked into that stuff. The fox people, whoever they are. Okay, yeah, so in ferret world, there's F1 hybrids for polecats bred with ferrets. Is that a good pet? Or is that the same as everything else? Like, not a good idea. Oh, did you see a program on PBS? I didn't see that. Chesh, we're talking about, Chesh would probably be the absolute expert on this, actually. So, Chesh, do you remember, I don't remember exactly how long this was. It was a few years ago, though. And those genetic tests for dogs started coming out. And all of these people that thought they had been sold like a fucking really rare wolf hybrid dog, they were like, oh, actually, there's zero wolf in my dog at all. Because people that were trying to breed wolf into dogs to create like a wolf dog kind of thing learned that when you do that, you end up with a very vicious animal that is more wolf than anything, and it's going to rip your face off while you're sleeping. So they just started hyperbreeding Malamutes. I think it was Alaskan Malamutes with a couple other breeds to just create this huge dog that kind of looks dire wolfy, but it wasn't wolf at all because that's bad. And it's actually illegal to have a dog that's over a certain amount of wolf because it's so dangerous. I think, like, if you just accidentally get one, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to get Vile's link, sorry. I spaced out. Brain farted. Brain farted in my brain just then. Did they have actual wolf dogs? Or were they like the ones that looked like it? The fox's ears, they soften, and I think they go limp as well. Like, it's real, they start to look like a dog. Their faces become more round. Their noses and the front of their faces round off and aren't as sharp as a fox's. And their ears do this now. A lot of them. Oh, yeah, it's real weird. It's weird what traits are genetically, like, you know, I guess allele connected to domesticity. I guess. Chesh, again, would know way more than I do. Mm-hmm. It depends on what your purpose for having a ferret is, Katie. Okay, so if you want a working ferret, it's good. What is a working ferret? Excuse me. If you want a weird cat snake that lives in your house and does weird shit, not so much. I tend to like the cat snakes. But what the fuck is a working ferret? What do they herd? They had actual ones? That is so dangerous. Ferrets are the #1 most expensive pet. I've read that before. And isn't it because of the inbreeding and just the genetic issues with them at this point? Isn't that literally it? Like, they just have the most amazing vet bills because they are so fucking inbred and sick. Sarah, I love you. How are you, my love? I hope life is going glorious and magical and everything turns around for you in the best way ever. I love you. How are you? Thank you for
74 months, what the fuck?
Wow. Thank you. How are you, love? One of our dogs is the son of a proper trained hunting dog. And when he was younger, he was way more aggressive than other dogs. Really. See, my dogs have the most insane hunting response, but it's not aggression at all. It's like they point. It's weird. They get like, boo, this laser focus, and they need me to go see whatever they're pointing at. It's bizarre. It's neonatal. Really? That's why the ears fold and faces soften in domesticated animals, keeping puppy baby traits. Oh my God, no shit. So it all comes back to what people think is pretty too. That is so interesting. Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard they have, I mean, I know people that love ferrets beyond reason and they will always have them, and I respect that because they're good caretakers of ferrets. I think it's just like, everybody understands. I think people that keep the animal for a certain amount of time understand. Don't impulsively buy a ferret. Let's say that. Don't do that. You're going to have a bad time. Tend to be an accounts receivable. No shit. Female ferrets have to be bred or they die when they go into heat. Can you get them neutered? Sad. Poor ferrets. That's so sad. Hopefully things looking up good. The old cantankerous hag that's been haunting me had her last day on Friday. Oh, nuh-uh. I didn't even know she was quitting. Nuh-uh. Oh my God. Okay, I'm reloading a bowl and I'm cheersing to that because Friday was just yesterday. That's fucking awesome. I did not know she was quitting. I thought you were going to be haunted by this fucking hag, literally banshee haunted for the rest of your life. I had no idea. I'm so excited. He's a Norwegian elk hound, and they're trained and bred to go out on their own and drive elk towards hunters. No shit. So they're not aggressive to scare the elk. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's really cool. I wonder, I think poodles are water dogs, aren't they? In terms of hunting. Poodle literally means puddle in German, I believe, or French. I think they were bred to be like duck dogs. My dogs they have webbed feet and they love water. It makes sense to me. I'm grinding up weed, sorry. Neonatal isn't just more appealing to humans. Domestication is making an animal dependent on humans. Lack of independence is more baby-like. Oh, that's so fucking psychologically kind of psycho. That is weird. However, when girl ferrets go into heat, their vulvas look like a chickpea. Can you get them neutered and that doesn't happen? Neutered or spayed or whatever. So yeah, are ferrets Vulcans? For duck hunting, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I knew they were hunting dogs. I couldn't remember which one. They fucking sometimes we get doves in our yard and they turn into an arrow. They're just pointers. It's wild to watch. Because I didn't train them to be hunting dogs. Like, this is all instinct. She ran out of days she was allowed to work. Shut up. Oh, that's beautiful. You can only work a certain amount of days a year as a retired teacher before you lose your retirement benefits. Why the fuck is she still coming to work just to haunt you fucks? Poodles are water dogs. Yep, the classic cut is to keep the joints warm while retrieval and water. That's what I thought. That's why the poofs on the hips and stuff, right? It was literally to like insulate their hips. And then wasn't there the one on the end of their tail was so that the hunters could see them? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like the poof on the end of their tail was literally like a visual signal so they could see their poodle. Like there's a reason poodles have these fucking psychotic cuts. We obviously don't do those fancy cuts on our dogs, but they did exist for a reason at the time. Ferrets have pawn far, I know. That's so great. I love ferrets, honestly. I lived with someone who owned ferrets for a long time. They're wonderful, but they are a lot of, but to someone, 50 tarantulas is probably a lot of upkeep. That's why I try not to judge. Like, I wouldn't suggest everyone have over 50 tarantulas, a bunch of crested geckos, 4 snakes, so on and so forth. But I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm good. I trust that I can take care of my animals effectively, but I wouldn't say that everyone in the world could do this effectively by any means. They can get spayed. Okay, get a shot like birth control. No shit. Or breed into a vasectomied hob. Wait. So the women literally just need to be fucked? Stop it. Rin, hold on. So female ferrets get so horny that if they don't get dick, they die. It doesn't even have to be fertilization dick. Am I a ferret? PDO, get out of my head. That is incredible. Ferrets die to be fucked. Today I learned. That's hot magic. That's incredible. The hell? I know. Now we know my fursona. If I can ever afford a fursuit, now we know what's up. I'm a ferret. If you see me looking weak, you know what's up. Tell Caroline, thank you so much. I feel like the sunshine. Well, ferrets could have blue and green hair. Honestly, what outside of a chameleon looks like this? A day gecko? A hornworm, maybe? I don't think there's any mammals that look like this in nature. Poison dart frog, tropical fish, maybe? An octopus? Pimping out your male ferrets, right? That's amazing. I love it. I don't know what that is, but I love it. Is that a Pokemon? What's its name? Furret? Stop it. It's really cute. It's actually quite adorable. I don't know much about Pokemon, but that's really cute. My albinos would get a streak of whatever my color was gonna be. I love that though. I am like a hornworm. I mean, it's basically bugs are this color, right? I need someone. Oh my god. Honestly, I'd be shocked if it didn't exist. There is a fly in my house. How? Ew. It's a big fly. I have to kill it. Ew. How? Where have you come from, you nasty? Ew. Let's smoke pot and make it go away. I love fur it. That is precious. Cute. I'd be for it. I'm down. Oh, I did load a bowl. I'm gonna smoke and make the fly. The flies do not like smoke. It'll go away. That was a big fly. What the fuck? It's like freezing out. Ew. Feed it to a spider. Cheers. I do need to refill my water. Thank you for reminding me. I love fur it. I will be for it any fucking day. God damn, that weed is strong. Holy dick fart. Lena, I'm in your. I was maybe. Growlith? Wait, I have to look that up. Oh my god, Corbin, stop it. That wiggly one makes me very happy. I wish I could wiggle like that. That's a lot of wiggle. I don't think I could do it without snapping my back. JJ, thank you. I just got it done. I really like it too, though. I think the lady who did it did a really fucking good job. I must Google this other one. What was it called? Growlith. I have a... I mean, I never got to play Pokemon as a kid or anything, but there are some I've seen, and I think it's called Dragonite. Dragonite's pretty cute. It's the one that's like kind of a cute, soft, chubby water dragon with little cute wiggly antennas. Is that Dragonite? I like that one too. Oh, yes, I know Growlithe. Growlithe's like a puppy. Growlithe's a puppy. Nope, I like Growlithe. Growlithe, not Growlithe. Growlithe. Apparently the best way to do pot is edible because breathing anything but clean air is bad for your lungs. I honestly think it depends on the person. I have a really, like, just because weed in general affects so many people so differently, I try never to generalize because I don't want anyone to go do what I say and then end up sick. For me, for instance, edibles either do nothing or I go to space for 7 days. It doesn't matter what the milligrams are. I have no idea what it is. It's my digestive system is either I have a crazy fast metabolism or crazy slow or something. Whereas I smoke because like the moment I take a hit, literally within 15 seconds, I am high. I feel I am stoned. And I know for a fact within an hour to an hour and a half, I'm going to be little to zero stoned at all. So it's kind of like fast acting, fast burn off. I know I'm aware of how long I'm going to be high. Whereas with an edible, like I have them and I take them once in a while, but I feel like if I'm going to take an edible, I have to be in severe pain and know that I don't need to drive anywhere for the next 3 days because that edible could kick in 30 minutes. It could kick in 30 hours. I don't know what it is, why, or it does nothing. Like I've eaten 250 milligrams at a go and nothing, felt nothing. I just like, I like to smoke it because it's fat. Like how do you say that? It's dependable. I know exactly what it's going to do and I know when it's going to go away. So like if I need to drive somewhere out of the house, if I need to do something that requires me to be clear-headed or something, I can look at the time and I know I'm not going to be high anymore if it's more than 2 hours away. You know what I mean? Ninetales is cute too. I like Ninetales too. Your all-time favorite Pokemon? Hold on. Growlithe is your all-time favorite? Really? I love that though. It's a puppy. Evolution is Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Oh, is Dratini the baby one or is that the big one? I think that's the big one, right? Hold on. Google search. Yeah, that's the little one. Dratini's the little like worm guy. Yeah. I thought that one was precious. Dragonite's a menace? Is Dragonite a menace? I know nothing about them. I just thought they were cute. That's sad. What about all the oil extracts people put in their mouth? People put oil in their mouth? I was unaware people put oil in their mouth. There's I have a really hard time saying this word. Tinctures. I don't know why I can't say it. Tinctures. But they aren't oil-based. They're actually water-based. And that's the difference. Usually what's in your edibles is going to be a tincture. If it's oil-based, it usually needs to be burned to be absorbable by us, by a human. I don't know who's eating oil. I don't know. Yes, Mark. I mean, I might have a lot more than that. You know what's weird? The best edibles I've found, for me personally, are literally this brand that's Colorado local, and it's microdoses. I shit you not. It's they're called Canyon. I think Canyon. I don't know where they are right now because I just cleaned up my office and I moved everything around. But I think they're called Canyon, and literally they're called Suckets. And they're these little tiny squares. They're about this big, and I think they're 2.5 milligrams of THC each. That's it. And in terms of an edible, like most people take 10 to 20 milligrams a go. They are nothing. 2 of those, and I go to fucking Jupiter. I think it just depends on the edible and the person. It's really hard to generalize them. I don't know. For, like, in Colorado, they actually, every time you buy weed now, they actually, if you buy edibles, they give you they staple, like, a fucking fat packet of information to your bag that's all about how not to do it too hard on edibles. Because so many people have, not the misconception, but the idea, and they're more comfortable with taking an edible than smoking pot. Which is fine, to each their own. But they will say, like, oh, it's this little candy is all I'm going to eat. I guess I'm going to eat 3 of those. And now you're 30 milligrams in. And if you have a slow metabolism, you're 7 days in. Like, you get to be Sailor Pluto, you know what I'm saying? For 7 days. And so people were going to the ER thinking they were dying. I'm not kidding you. Edibles almost got weirdly regulated in Colorado because so many people way overdid it on edibles because of this misconception, for lack of a better word, that edibles are somehow safer. Weed, marijuana, THC, there is no proven way, and there is no way that THC will kill you unless a 50-pound crate of it falls on your head and snaps your neck. You can, however, imbibe so much that you feel like you're dying and you want to die. And that tends to more often than not happen with edibles just because that no one can say it's going to kick in 30 minutes and it's going to be over with in this amount of time. No one can say. Everybody's digestive system is so different. It also depends on, have you eaten that day? What have you eaten in the past 24 hours? How hydrated are you? You know? I don't know. I think I just like the consistency of smoking better. But you're not wrong when you said nothing that, like, inhaling anything but perfect clean mountain air is not a good idea. That's absolutely facts. Absolutely facts. That's why, I mean, I smoke out of a bong. I usually have a filter. I need to get a new filter for it, but I have a filter that also takes even more of the particulates out of what I'm inhaling. Because essentially, when you're taking a hit out of your bong and you're smoking it, anything visible is not absorbable and is not being absorbed by your lungs. So all of the visible smoke that you inhale and then thusly exhale is particulates that are part of the THC or part of the plant in some way, shape, or form that burned either at too low of a temperature or didn't burn quick enough to become small enough to be invisible, that the molecules are too big for us to absorb so we can see them. So that is the tar building up in your bong. That's what's making the water yellow. That's what's making the mouthpiece icky. It's what's giving you the scum on your mouth. That's all the particles that we're not absorbing. Anything you can see, you're not absorbing. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, thus far, without buying some $300 to $600 contraption like a volcano or some crazy desk vaporizer, a bong with a good water belly and a good filter on it is the safest way to smoke marijuana, because thus far, with what studies we've been able to do in terms of like what damage is smoking doing to us in any way, shape, or form, we know THC is not doing any damage, but there's a lot of other things involved, like butane from a lighter. Is your bong clean? Is it moldy and disgusting? Are you a fucking nasty chud? Clean your fucking bong, so on and so forth. The only thing that they've projected to be an issue is people who smoke anything, but weed is mainly what they're looking at. If they smoke it at a temperature of over, I think it's over 180 degrees chronically, because anything, drinks included, a lot of people go to Starbucks and ask for like 200-degree fucking lattes. It's insane. They want them boiled. I don't get it. Anytime you're chronically exposing the mucous membrane of your esophagus to high temperatures over 165 degrees, chronically meaning if you're doing it so often that your throat doesn't have enough time to repair in between exposures to the heat. So someone who smokes as often as I do, that would be me. If you're drinking coffee at 180 degrees that often, that's you. So on and so forth. That actually causes necrotizing flesh in your esophagus and leads to esophageal cancer. And they've studied archaeological digs of human skeletons and stuff from like older ancient civilizations from in very, very northern countries, where basically to get water, you had to melt it on a fire. So almost everything they were consuming was at least warmed on a fire because everything froze. That's how fucking cold it was. We're talking like Saskatchewan and shit. So if they wanted water, they had to boil it. They usually drink it warm because not only did they just boil it to melt it down, but it's tasty when it's warm. You're freezing cold and it probably gives you a nice yum yum warm in my tum-tum feeling. But that chronic exposure led to almost 100% of their population developing some form of esophageal cancer by the age of 45. Which, I mean, granted, their lifespans weren't long enough often to even reach the age of 45, but the signs were still in the bodies because the bodies were frozen, very well preserved up in the north, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I'm not a professional in this area. I'm just repeating papers and shit I read when I was doing respiratory studies. But, you know, just taking the evidence of that, the chronic heat exposure and shit, and applying it to anything nowadays. So, if you do smoke flower as often as I do, I highly suggest getting some sort of bong or bubbler or some device that has a water belly and lots of space for that smoke to cool down as much as possible before it hits your throat. It's just one more way to keep it as safe as possible. You know, we don't want to perpetuate any stereotypes against us stoners. Any more so. That was a really long-winded, nonsensical blah, 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 and I am so sorry. What's up? I'm high. Sorry, I tangent. My brain just I feel like my brain flips a switch and then I look and I'm like, did I just talk for 30 minutes straight? What a dork. Jesus. Amanda focuses on the high CBD, and yeah, we usually do Camino Wild here. Wild is another one. We have Wild here as well, yeah. For edibles, and we test ourselves, me too. I don't trust what anybody says because everyone's metabolism is so different. Like I said, those microdose ones hit me hard. I honestly, you know what I do? I was getting CBD, the gummies, like for cramps or migraines and stuff. I started getting this lotion, and I'm sure the brands are going to be different because each state, you know, everything's like so state specific where it's legal. But the one in Colorado, it's called Escape Artist Relief Cream. And they have a couple different versions. One of the versions is like 1-to-1, so it's like a ton of THC and a ton of CBD. I get the one that's just CBD because I smoke THC all fucking day. I don't need to add to, you know, like I don't need to be on the floor. Also, it's more expensive. But the one I get, does it say, oh, god damn it. I threw away the box, and of course it doesn't say it. It's a 20-to-1 CBD to THC ratio. Oh my god, it is on the label, but why? Maroon on dark green. I just didn't even see that. Am I going blind? Probably. Holy shit. It's this little pot. 800 milligrams of CBD, 40 milligrams THC per jar. But this shit, I just take like a teaspoonful on my finger and rub it on my womb area or on my neck when I have a migraine. And it's like, I feel like a witch. This one's called Escape Artist, if anybody can find that brand, but everywhere that's legal is gonna have some reputable brand in your dispensary that has like good lotions like this. But man, this shit is great. I always have a jar. Always, because it's just I don't have to take Excedrin as often, and I don't have to take painkillers as often when I get cramps. And I'm into that. I don't want to kill my kidneys. Not yet, anyways. Like, they're okay. Topical is fucking amazing. I honestly didn't really put a lot of faith in it until my mom had her knee replacements, and they gave her, Percocets and hydrocodone and codone or whatever, all the fucking narcotics you can imagine, and none of them touched her knee pain. It was horrible. The first knee replacement was okay, but the second one went so bad. It's fine. Like, it didn't go bad, but the pain was so astronomically worse than the first one that she said she would take a Percocet, and for like 15 minutes once it kicked in, she'd be okay. But really, it's that she was just so high, she didn't care. And, like, if she fell asleep, the moment she would try to roll in her sleep or move or do anything, the pain would wake her up like white lightning in her head. And so we were all, like, just trying to help her. Like, we would literally, like, surround her body in pillows at nighttime, so if she couldn't roll or something, it was horrible because she couldn't sleep. And if you can't sleep, you're gonna feel sick, you're not gonna eat, and you're not gonna heal right? And she just had 2 knee replacements. And she was in her mid to late 60s. Like, she's turning 70 this year, so that was not good. So we were literally looking at everything. I got her some edibles, hoping that they would help at least, like, keep her still or something. And they were okay. They kinda just, again, made her not really care, kinda like the opiates did. But what really fucking did it, she lives in Washington State, so again, it was a totally different brand. But I went to a dispensary, a legal dispensary, just because they're way more dependable on what you're gonna get. They get fucking shut down if they don't give you what it says on the label. And I got her a huge pot of it was 1 to 1, so but I think it was like 600 milligrams THC, 600 milligrams CBD, and it was just lotion, and I got it, and we put it all over her knee, because what I read was CBD, the reason it's really, really good at pain killing is that the CBD, whatever it does in your body, it tends to it's an anti-inflammatory is what I'm trying to say. So, if your pain is caused by swelling, either fluid retention or whatnot, then CBD can, like, theoretically, in my mind, I was like, okay, she's just had a knee replacement, and the reason it's so painful is it has swelled like an elephant. Like, there's so much fluid. If you've ever seen a video of a knee replacement, they literally take, like, steel hammers and chisels to your bones. It's fucking nauseatingly wild. That's neither here nor there. So, that was my theory. So, we would just slather her entire kneecap and under her knee in this lotion every night, and she literally was able to stop taking Percocets in under 24 hours because it was just inflammation that was causing, like, the inflammation was causing all the tissues to have more additional pressure on them, while they had like, immediately after they had just been banged up, in a surgery. Knee replacements are horrible. But I'm not saying that's what's going to happen for everybody, but it was phenomenal what it did for my mom, because it was just inflammation that was causing this asinine amount of pain, like non-functional pain. You know what I mean? It was a life changer for her. So ever since then, that was when I was like, okay, there's got to be something to it. Because my mom is also a medical professional. She's been a respiratory therapist slash manager slash administrator for a hospital 50 years at this point. She just retired this last January. It's been about a year now. She just retired. It's been about a year. So she's, skeptical of alternative methods of science. Like, she's very much old school. But my mom's actually kind of a hippie, actually. She's very much into Eastern medicine. She believes in the mix, which is really cool. But most nurses and things her age are very, like, they were just trained in the old school way, where it's like medicine and hospital, and that's all you do. And that shit was life altering. I was so proud that she tried it, because she still has, like, that view that pot is drugs. She says it to me, "I know how much dope you smoke." And I'm like, "Mom, I'm not smoking fucking meth. Please don't say that. When you say that in public, people look at me like I smoke meth. I'm already the color of fucking Heisenberg meth. Can we not?" But that's her view of it. And so getting her to, she had to be in that much pain to do it. That's the sad part. I used horrible chemicals for muscle pain, running, and switch. So did I. Oh my god, I have a permanent ulcer, Mark. Literally, like, by the time I was in high school, I had given myself a quarter-sized ulcer in my stomach because I literally used to just chug a leave. I got such bad cramps when I was in high school and college. I still get them, but, like, I grew up in a almost all male family, and my mom wasn't around much, so I had no one to go to and be like, "My pussy hurts all the time, please help me." So I would just go up to the the family, like, medicine cabinet, and my mom would have, like, the Kirkland signature bottle of off-brand Aleve, and I'd be like, just to get through the day at school without wanting to fucking die. It was terrible, and I destroyed my body because of that, like, permanently. Shit never heals. I think it's NSAID ulcers is literally a thing. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs can cause ulcers if you misuse them, and kidney death and shit like that. Same though, and now I just try to stay away from that stuff as much as fucking possible. Mishy, she loves it. She was actually terrified. I knew she would love it. I fucking knew she would love it. She's the type of person who likes to stay busy, just like I do. I mean, it's unfortunate and fortunate how much we are alike. She doesn't sit still. She's like me. She always has 10 crafts going on at a certain time. Like she's either making clothes in one room or she's redecorating part of the house or something. She's always got 10 things going on at once. And she's been, a respiratory therapist / respiratory nurse for 40 plus years, and then an administrator / manager for 15-ish years, scattered throughout that here and there, and the whole end of her career, like the last 8 years of her career, she was a manager. And so she kind of had this psychosis of needing to be needed. And once all the kids moved out, because my little sister Sarah was the last of all 8 of us, and she went to college. I mean, oh my God, she just turned 30 12 years ago. So 12 years ago was when the empty nest hit. So my mom kind of had this thing where she was like, she only felt like she was needed if she worked, I think. She never said that, but that's what we thought because she just refused to retire. I mean, she's almost 70. Like, she just wouldn't. And she made bank. She was an administrator for a hospital. She had all of her, she owns her house, owns everything. She's fine. And we just couldn't figure out why she wouldn't retire. And it was this like needing to be needed. But I don't think she saw in herself that she will always create something to do for herself, just like I do it for myself. I go to therapy. She still refuses to go to fucking therapy, which drives me crazy. But she'll make projects for herself. I literally talked to her like a week and a half ago, and the last thing she said before we got off the phone was, "Man, Katie, retirement fucking rocks." I was like, good. Enjoy it. Because she's got a ton of friends that are all already retired because they all kind of married like Microsoft dudes or something. Not on purpose. They just all were in that area. So they all retired like in their late 40s, early 50s. They all have like houses out in the San Juans. And every weekend, my mom goes out to their houses and stays the full weekend. And they have like knitting bees and shit, quilting bees. They quilt and knit together and have stamp parties and shit. She has a whole like little community of women her age who have been retired for almost 20 years now. And she's just like watching them do this. No fucking shit. She's gonna have plenty to do. She's probably busy all the fucking time. She literally, I went to visit her, December 3rd was my sister's birthday. That's the last time I spoke to and saw my mom until up in a week and a half ago. That's how long she did not call me once. She's plenty busy. She's found tons to do, I'm sure. She's probably having a fucking blast. She's a go-getter. Like, she's never just gonna sit around. She'd go insane. Me too. I think it's been really, really good for her mental health because our conversations are so much more productive and so much more pleasant ever since she retired. My sister and I have talked about this a lot, and this is why I really fucking wish she would just go to therapy. Because my sister and I talk about our moms to our therapist, and then we talk to each other about what our therapists think, obviously. And it's sad because, like, bitch, Mish. I'm gonna smoke them Bezos bucks out of my hair. Thank you for the Prime sub. Don't forget to use your fucking Prime subs. It doesn't have to be here. But if you have an Amazon Prime account, you are being charged and you are paying for a Prime sub to give to one streamer once a month, any streamer you want, regardless of whether or not you're using it. Stop tucking $5 bills into the crunchy-ass G-string of Jeff Bezos. It's stupid. That bitch does nothing for the world. Find someone who needs it. Doesn't have to be here. Just use it. Thank you. I love you, Mishy. In the words of 38 Special, I want you to want me. That song was literally on the radio when I came home from getting my hair done. No shit. I belted it. I haven't heard that song in years. Thank you, kitties. I literally just got it done, so she's still fresh as hell. Thank you. That's the crux of medicine. What works for some doesn't work for others and vice versa. 100%. There is no one solution for anything, especially with humans. God. In Norway, anyone smoking weed is seen as a drug addict by the older generation, sadly, the ones in charge. I feel like that stigma is only true for a certain population of the US, which is really nice. And the only reason I say that is whenever I go to the dispensary, I look at the line because the way dispensaries all the dispensaries I've ever been to, anyways, Please excuse me if it's off base on what dispensaries you've been to. Dispensary meaning a legal, recreationally legal dispensary of marijuana. Whenever I go to them, when you enter the door, immediately there will be some sort of legal person, either a guard or a police officer or something, who checks your ID. And then they'll say, did you do an online order or are you just coming in to order here? And you say which one you are. If you're an online order, you go to one line. If you're not, you go to the other line. And then when you get to the counter, you have to show your ID 3 more times. And then when you pay, you show your another ID. And basically, you can go to the counter and just like ask the person, like, what's good today? What do you think I should get? This is how often I smoke. This is what I like to smoke. This is what I want to feel like. And they'll pick out stuff for you. Or like me, I do an online order and then I just go pick up the bag. But when I look at the line of people waiting to get weed, it is so diverse. I mean, across the board, it is everyone. Everyone's in the dispensary buying weed. Both lines. I see little old blue hair nanas. I see big macho military dudes with fucking Marine tattoos across their bodies. I see across the fucking board. Everyone's in there. And that, what I'm saying is like, not everyone smokes weed, but someone in every subgroup of people is smoking weed, which I think will result in a more normalized, less biased opinion, less like taboo opinion of weed. You know what I mean? Like if, all the nanas get together in their quilting bee and fucking Sharon is blazed out of her mind but makes the best square for the quilt, then Gertrude, Edith, and Ethel are all going to be like, damn, maybe I should try some of them edibles for my hip. As opposed to just watching me say fuck shit and hail Satan and smoke pot. Like, that's not going to get the older generation to think weed is cool. You know? I love the blue-haired nanas. I love them. I love little old people. Thank you for the resub, Mishy, and I hope your cheers was wonderful. We should take a break and then we'll play Stray. I just want to get an ad out of the way. That was a lot of rhyming. It's Catterday. We started Stray quite a bit ago, and then I stabbed my hand on accident and had to wait for that to get better. But I think I can do it. It's not like a play-intensive game. I think it'll be fine. Sheepy! You shouldn't hail Satan. He doesn't really participate.
Touche.
I got fucking nothing on that one. You're right, though. How are you, Sheepy? Guys, remember how I was talking about that awesome RP show that I'm in every Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard, 12 p.m. my time? That's the channel right there, The Wandering Inn. You can literally just click his name and press follow. Or sub if you want. And then you can hang out with us on Mondays. It's so fucking easy right now. Get it. Get it. Get it. Monday's so soon. It's literally in a day. I'm so excited. Biggin, how are you? How are you? Good morning. LZT was in this morning, and he said I look even more like George now somehow. I don't know how, but I'm into it. Why would the bot die? I know. It's been working all day. Well, she was weird all day. What was it? Was she weird? Was it yesterday? I mixed my days up really bad. Let me look. Let me look. I'll do this before I take a break because that's weird. That's weird. I don't know. Bitch. But it was, remember, was it yesterday that it was just doubling all day long? Okay, I'm going to part it for the break. And then when I get back, will you remind me to rejoin it? I'm just going to leave it up. I'm going to leave that bitch up. She's sitting right there. Remind me when I get back and I'll rejoin the channel. But sometimes, just leaving it out for a minute helps. I don't know. Hopefully that'll do something. I don't know. That sucks. Stream Elements is pretty easy to use, but it's a little fucking convoluted. I'll have to dive into it today after stream. Hold on. I'm going to make a note before I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. You killed it. How dare you? That's okay. Honestly, they're pretty fragile. Let's be honest. You could have killed it with sneeze power. Angel, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it a swings for 25 fucking months with that Prime sub. What a great example of using that Prime sub and not tucking a $5 bill into the crusty ass G-string of Jeff Bezos, who does nothing for the world or society. Love you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. It's literally, I just got it done. I like it too, though. It's bright and fun. It's bright and shiny. I just wanted to make a note to myself to check out the bot because that's weird. Okay. Quick break, everyone. Every couple of hours, I take a break. I stand up, stretch. I'm going to fill my fucking water while I'm gone because I owe hydration a lot. And then we're going to play Stray and maybe finish it. Maybe? We shall see. Cross our fingers. I'll be RB. Bella, thank you for the follow. 1988, what a good year. Sorry, it has turned into mud season outside. I had to wipe the dogs off, but they are so muddy. We're having a great time. Relaxing, playing some Hogwarts. Good, I'm glad. I hope you have a good... I hope everyone has a nice, relaxing weekend, to be honest. Those are so rare. I feel like every time I have a day off, it's just like everything goes wrong. And at the end of the day, I'm like, what happened today? Wasn't a day off. Like one dog pukes somewhere or everywhere, and I end up shampooing carpets in between RP sessions. I'm not high, I was tripping. Aren't those cool? Dude, do you remember as a kid, like getting to put like just, colored dye or something in water and watching it drop? I used to do that as a kid and just watch it in slow motion. And my mom would be like, you gotta stir it. And I'd be like, don't fucking touch it. They're fun to watch, man. I don't need to be high to trip off that shit either. It helps, but I don't need to. We rocking in my chair today. The fuck? Stop. Okay. Let's be kitty cats. Meow. This game is so much fun. I don't know why people give it a hard time. It's really, really fun, though. I have so many fucking pages up. That little ferret is so cute. I kind of want to paint a rendition of it a little in my colors. What is it? The Irish trash can. I'm not an Irish trash cannot. Oh, I gotta move chat. That's what I need to do. I have like a tingly nerve right here on my finger that just makes it feel like it itches, but it's just like spasming. Don't do that. It's like a weird twitching eyelid or something. But it's my fingy. Being a dick. This is Who Dat by Emmett Fenn, by the way. This is a good song. Okay. Itchy nose. Okay, now I can see chat. Now I can see you. Hi, you so cute. Clean your ass. I love all the, like, girlfriends tricking their boyfriends into taking a shower, and they'll put, like, lipstick on the bottom of every piece of soap and cleaning thing in the entire shower and be like, did you use soap? Uh-huh. And then they go around the showers picking up everything, and nothing's been moved at all. And they're like, how'd you clean your asshole? The water drip. Can you imagine what their assholes smell like? I almost am like, girls, did you not smell it? Like, assholes are pretty close to balls. Are these just people who don't suck dick? I don't know. It's the question of the century. Anyways. Welcome back. Ooh, I flipped my mouse on purpose. Katie, don't do that again. Welcome back. I feel like something's burning. Hold on. Anyways, I just turned my little space heater off just in case it's been on too long. Ooh, does anyone else imagine little online personalities for people in chat? Because if not, then haha, yeah, me neither. But if so, Banana, I feel like it's time to tell you that I always, oh my god, I'm still in robot voice. So sorry. That I always imagine you, Bobo and Brittany, bitch, like, I don't know, sibling energy, step siblings, though not related. I don't know. It's like the vibe of the usernames. I feel like that's chat, though. Like, I feel that way with a lot of chat. Like, I feel like we're just a bunch of siblings who, like, give each other a hard time but love each other real hard at the end of the day and will, like, mama bear for each other. And I love it. Oh my god, look at that screen, though. That's so pretty. Anyways. Let's fucking finish this game, yeah? I want to take a hit first. Sorry. I meant to put screen back. You know that feeling where it's just like I feel like we've cultivated that kind of like, I don't know, relationship with a lot of people that hang out and chat a lot, where it's like we can rib each other and we know it's not personal for the, I guess. Like, not obviously terrible. We don't say terrible things, but you know what I mean. It's not like terrible inside jokes or anything. It's just like we can fuck around with each other, and at the end of the day, though, we would like fucking have a talk if someone went after one of our own. You know what I mean? Can't choose your siblings at times. Get back in the fucking vent. I mean closet. I mean room, bedroom. What? Cheers. Nom nom nom. Were you not happy with the mealworms? You want actual grubs this time? I guess you guys can split one. Maybe. Exactly. 100% agree. Yes, and I love that. Adult siblings who don't actually have toxic relationships as adults, right? I've said that, like, I have a lot of friends who are only children, or like they maybe have one sibling or something, but they have nothing in common. And they're like, man, I wish my parents would have had like more kids. My whole life, all I wanted was a sibling. I just wanted a sister or a brother. And like, I know you can't generalize, but I've got 8 and one speaks to me. I don't think having siblings like guarantees you friends forever, because chances of having a sibling you actually have anything in common with, being raised together and coming out of the same pussy does not mean shit. You know? My sister will bully me, but I watched one time where a lady said something sideways about me and she went the fuck off. There's a 15-year difference in age and she took care of me when I was younger. That's awesome, though. She's a surgery center nurse. Damn. She's a hardcore hoe. I mean that in the most loving way possible. Like, bitch has seen some shit. Friends love. My older sister and I still talk and she thinks we get along fine, but you know how true that is. Yeah. None of my, I mean, my siblings, thankfully, none of us are the type to fake a friendship for anybody's sake. So, like, my sister and I actually have, like, my little sister Sarah, the one you guys see in chat all the time, we have everything in common. The rest of them, like, Katrina and I had a lot in common. You guys would probably see Katrina here if she was still around. But other than that, it's no guarantee. You're friends when you live in the same house, but that's like, it's like work friends, you know? It's because out of necessity you have to. It's you against the world. Banana, same. At what age did you guys become tight? Like, at what age did you guys actually, like, kind of get over yourselves and bond? You know what I mean. I mean that in a loving way, but you know what I mean. Because for Sarah and I, it was almost the exact same. We're 5 years and 4 years and 9 months exactly apart, because she was born 9 months to the day from my birthday. We all know that disgusting story. And we had your basic sibling relationship, you know, like, she fucking followed me like a leech. I bullied her and said, get the fuck away from me and my friends, trying to be cool, so on and so forth, until literally I turned 18. And I don't remember. I think it was like this one event was a switch. I don't know what it was. I feel like it must have happened before this, because there's no such thing as an actual switch that goes off. But before I left for college, I was a senior in high school, and I don't think I'd graduated yet. I don't remember what time of year it was or anything. But my mom was like, your little sister Sarah is really really broken up that you're leaving and going to college. Like, she's fucked up over this. Please spend some time with your sister before you go to college. And Sarah and I weren't tight by any means. Not like we are at all right now. Like, we were siblings. Like, we did stuff together if we had to, if our parents made us, but beyond that, we weren't. And granted, we were 5 school years apart, and that's a pretty big jump when you're kids. And so I told Sarah one time, I was like, I'm going to take her to Spokane, and like, we're going to go to the mall, go to a movie or something, and I'll take her out to dinner or something like that and spend the day with her. And I was poor as fuck. I like had my job at Taco Time or whatever. And I think I had literally to the penny the exact amount of money to go to the movie and go to like, I think I took her to Red Robin or something like that and got burgers. And when we were at Red Robin, I wrote on the receipt, it's my sister's birthday. It was not her birthday, but you guys remember. I don't know if people do this still, but they didn't, it's not like they asked for your ID. You could say it's anyone's birthday. And they bring out like a ice cream or a slice of cake or something like that, and they sing to her. So I wrote on the receipt when I paid with my debit card, I was like, it's my little sister's birthday. Do you guys have like cake or ice cream or anything like that? Like, is there anything I can do for her? And they came out and sang to her, and they come out, as the Red Robin team does. They come, if you're not from the US, Red Robin's like a massive burger restaurant. They're huge. They're just enormous burger restaurants, basically. And their menu is just like a ton of different kinds of burgers, and they have like big like chips, basically. Like your guys' chips, that's the kind of French fries or fries that they serve. Anyways, we call them steak fries. Anyways, the whole team comes out, and they've got like a little candle on, I don't even remember what it was, if it was ice cream or what. And my sister sees them coming around the corner, and then they come to our table and they sing her happy birthday, and they get halfway through the happy birthday song, and my sister just starts to cry. And my sister Sarah is a stone cold motherfucking fox. I could easily count the amount of times I've seen my sister cry on one hand outside of infanthood. She doesn't break. Like, my sister, she's a lawyer, for fuck's sake. Like, she does not break for a reason. She just started bawling her eyes out. And the team was like singing, they're like, okay, and gave her the ice cream, and they walk away. And she's like, I'm gonna miss you so much. And that moment, I started crying. And from that moment on, we've been best friends. I don't know what happened. It was horrible. Like, I was not sad to get the fuck out of my parents' house up until that exact moment. And then all of a sudden, I was like, fuck, should I have gone to college closer to home? Because I just wanted to get the fuck away from my parents. Like, that was my largest goal. Like, I tried to get the farthest away from them while still staying in state because of tuition costs. But it was literally like just a moment. My sister and I are 3 years apart and did not start getting along until I turned 18 and moved to Florida. Literally, that was me too. When I came home a year later, we were best friends. What the fuck is that? Literally, when I came home from college for the first summer after college, that was the only summer I came home, my sister and I were best friends. Like, we hung out all fucking summer. She literally would come to Taco Time and hang out. If I had a short, like a 3-hour shift, she'd just come and sit in a booth and read a book and hang out with me. She would come to the coffee stand I worked at and just sit in there all day with me. It's just weird how that happened. And now, I mean, to this day, we are best friends. We have not had a sibling argument, fight. I mean, nothing. We're just best friends. It's weird. I don't know what happened. And we are 5 years apart. So by all intents and purposes, that shouldn't have worked out. Turns out my mom was a big part of the problem between my brother and I. So getting him sounds familiar. He was in foster care from 3 years old, and my mom's husband was the first foster carer to treat him like a person and not income. Oh my God. Ew, that is heartbreaking. Yes, this is the sister that's a carbon copy of me. I wouldn't say it because I know her. Like, I've lived with her my entire life, so I see the differences in this. But we get asked if we're twins in public constantly. It's weird. People, like, awkwardly, like, when you're buying movie tickets or something, they'll be like, ringing you up and be like, are you guys twins or sister? All the time. And I think we just have the same mannerisms, and we're both very tall. Like, we're so close in height, you couldn't tell there's a difference. She's like an inch or two shorter than me. It's a good one. I'm so glad we're close because I don't have one other sibling I was close to. That being said, most of my siblings were all so spaced out. It was kind of impossible. The only reason I was only ever literally in school with 2 siblings, and that's because one of them was held back a year because he just stopped going to school and got arrested for truancy, and the other one was my cousin who moved in with us and was raised with us at a certain point. So I went to school with her too. But that was it out of all 8 because we're just so fucking spaced out. So we just weren't we We were never in the same age clutch to like become friends or have anything in common when you're that young. Moms, am I right? So weird when you remove them from the equation how nicely some things can go. Do you like it, Briar? I just got it done. It's the things couple do in reverse, moving in together and realizing they can't stand each other. Isn't that weird? Or like, have you ever like, I've known couples who will just to have cheaper rent. It'll be like two girls will live in an apartment together and they'll have two different rooms, and then a boyfriend moves in with one of the girlfriends, and suddenly the girl that's the third party becomes like the destroyer of relationship until the third party moves out, and suddenly they're all fine. But nothing's, there's nothing serious happening. It's not like anybody's committing any crimes or anything. It's just tension. Silver, it's genetics are weird. My sister and I, since both of us have been like full grown humans, we usually say to my mom, "Aren't you pissed off? You got no variation in children, like zero genetic variation in children. We act the same. Our voices are my sister and I both have a carbon copy voice of my mother. For 10 plus years, my mom's voicemail recording was either me or my sister at any given time, and no one batted an eye. No one had any idea, just because my mom didn't know how to do it. She's very technologically kind of like D to D. She couldn't figure out how to make her voicemail, so we just do it for her. No one batted an eye. It's genetics are just fucking weird. I don't know. Weird. She got nothing. The biggest difference between us is just our skin tone. That's it. My mom and her sister weren't until my mom and her sister weren't friends until my grandmother died. She really played them up against each other. My brother and I have always had the same sense of humor and would recite movie lines to each other, to entire movies to each other. That's what me and my siblings hard. Austin Powers was a big one. We lost touch a bit when he married his crazy wife. Oh, but after she got medicated, everything got a lot easier. Good, and I'm glad she's medicated. I hope she's going to therapy too. Dude, it's everybody's family is a soap opera when you look at it close enough. Honestly, I used to think my family was super fucking freaky, and it might be weird to someone, but like it's all perspective, right? To me, it's normal. Weird is tasty though. Same taco, and I'm very thankful for my stepdad. He's been wonderful, and he was as much of a dad as he possibly could be, coming in, when I was already like 10 years old. Suit, I've never seen this combo before. Honestly, like she did this. Because I had my hair grown out for 2+ years, so it was a lot of virgin hair. And I went in, I was like, I really like cool toned colors. I like to I tend to stick to blues. And no matter what I stray out into, I always come back to blue. I just think it looks the nicest on me for some reason, or maybe I'm just comfortable in it. But I told her, I was like, you do whatever you think is pretty. Do what you want to do. And she did this. This is actually, I'll take the pins out. It's kind of cool. I've never thought to do this. It's like a a hidden green streak that only is visible if I pin my hair up, which I did because I slept in my hair. But if I pull it down, it's almost invisible. Almost. It's like a hidden secret. The secret hair. Or I could part it on the side and really make it visible. It's kind of fun. It's like having a couple different hairstyles in one. I think there's still a pin in my hair. You have more genetic material in common with your parents than you do with your siblings. Isn't that weird? That was something I never knew. I honestly thought my sister and I would, like your siblings and you, if you came from the same parents, that you would have identical genetics. And that is so not true. My sister and I, just in looking, and I know like everybody jokes at ancestry.com, but in looking at like, so for instance, my sister and I have the same genetic groups, but like wildly different percentages. Like mine says I'm like 34% Irish. Hers says she's only like 20% Irish. I have Eastern European and Ashkenazi Jew and Cyprus and Egypt. My sister has none of that, but we are genetically like 50-50. 50% comes from my mom, 50% comes from my dad. But you can get more from your mom or more. Like you get 50-50 from your parents, but what's expressed externally, meaning your looks, can be very outweighed. Like you can get a lot more from one parent than the other, and your siblings can get a lot more from another parent, just like anything. There's a huge difference between being a parent and a parent, 100%. That's a hard choice, but it's amazing when you grow up and you realize you get to choose your family. Me too. I've never had any hair like this. Like, even I was saying yesterday when I first went blue for the very, very, very first time way back in the day, I was working at the hospital still, and I wasn't sure how they would feel about me having, like, vivids, unnatural hair colors. And so what I did was from here down, I had the hairdresser bleach it out and dye it, like bright fucking like Seahawk blue. And then from here up, this was my natural hair, or it was like, you know, probably dyed over blonde, just chemically treated mess fucking, but it was brown. It was whatever. But it was so layered that the blue was so apparent. It stuck out heavily. Like it wasn't hidden at all. But this stuff, if I could, I mean, this is from when she did it. So I haven't done anything to my hair yet. But you can hide it pretty darn effectively. Maybe if I had bangs, I could hide it better, but I like that. Bleach makes my hair hard and it's fun. My sister's just an abuser, and my mom and stepdad are sympathetic to it in private, but will just enable it when it's happening. That hurts how familiar that is. I've tried to cut her out a few times, but each time I make that really big decision, something happens, of course. First time, after you were my therapist advising me to do it, COVID hit. Then this Christmas, I decided to do it again. And my granddad died, family drama. I don't think people understand how hard it is to cut off family by choice when you've already lost so many. 100% yes. I mean, even when you haven't lost so many, it's hard to cut off anybody. I have scalloped potatoes ready to go. Oh my god, yum. I love scalloped potatoes. Yum, yum, yum. Silver, the answer would be yes and yes. Loznay!
Go, Pikachu.
Cheers, my
Come
love.
out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. I asked ChatGPT to write a gay spider love story, and it wrote the story of Apollo and Arachne, who did everything together, from sharing food, long walks on the beach, and holding hands, and how they built a cozy gay web together. I wanna be a gay spider, you woo.
They built a web together? Nah. Cute. I wonder if they like punch each other's wombs or whatever. I was thinking that too, Machine. It almost kind of looks like my hair's a flower, and like this would be the stem, the leaves. I don't know. She came up with it. She just did it. I didn't even know what she was mixing when she was doing the hair. She just started going at it, but I think she did a really good job. And it's so even. Like, if I pull it out, you can see the neon green. But you know what I mean? The blue color is frightfully even. For a pale color like this, that's talent. I didn't do it. Again, props to the chef, but like, that's hard to do. I gotta grind up some weed real quick. And then we'll jump back in and we'll finish this fucking adorable game. Exactly, Liz. That's what I said. Like, even when back in the day, when my hair wasn't too fucked up, I've never been able to do like a pastel color simply because my hair is so dark naturally. When they bleached it in the past, granted, bleach probably has come a long way and is different, and they probably like blah 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 have different techniques. But no matter what, because my hair was so thick and because it was so dark, it would soak up bleach a lot in some areas, not so much in others. And the bleach job would always be a little patchy, not like noticeably to anyone, but probably me, but just enough that I would notice it. And so any, hopes for any sort of pastel or vibrant neon color, you would see those uneven tones in the bleach job coming through that color. So I usually go for a color that's bright, but dark enough to cover up that kind of stuff. And the fact that she got it flawless, I'm just excited. It's my first time ever having hair this like pure before. She did. She took a bunch of pictures and actually put them on their Instagram. It felt cool. Me and my sister have been close almost as long as I can remember. It's almost like she had some kind of powerful caregiver gene. That's awesome, though. She makes friends with children in the blink of an eye. She knows like half the town. She works with every low-functioning autistic, with very low-functioning autistic adults. She still has time to help me when need. She sounds like a superhero, though. She literally sounds like Captain fucking Universe. That's awesome. Thank you, Zoe. That's one of the best gay love stories I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm very excited to read it. I'm very excited. I'll read it tonight, and maybe if I practice it well, I can read it like theatrically on stream. That'd be sick. Me too. I feel like this is much more of a jewel tone. This is like aquamarine, which is actually my birthstone. Would you say this is like would be like an aquamarine blue? I don't know. Pastel is the only term I could think of for like a color light enough to show the inconsistencies through it. You know what I mean, though, right? Like there's some like I've done super bright blue before, but I don't know what it's rich enough that if there's any inconsistencies in the bleach job, you wouldn't see it anyways. Aqua, shut up. Well, it's my birthstone, so to be fair, it's on the top of my brain. What are you gonna do? Yes, very much more. I've had sapphire hair. I think the first time I ever went blue was much more sapphire than this. This is definitely more of an aquamarine. And then we decided what is this acid green or Mountain Dew green? Why you do that to me, I'll never know. Ooh, Machinia, how does it feel? Different? You have no siblings? No shit. I hear enough stories to think I either missed out or dodged a bullet. Honestly, I think it's just one more case of like it's always greener on the other side. You know? Like I had a hell of a time with my siblings. A couple of them chased me with cleavers on a regular basis, syringes, trampoline springs, but also I was never alone in a good way, you know? Like you had teammates against the parents or against the world, I guess. You didn't feel I don't know. There's something about that, but also to this day I have a really hard time being alone. Like alone. As long as I can hear a body in the house, I'm cool. I don't need to interact with anybody. I actually cherish my alone time, being by myself in silence or with my headphones on, but being like in a house or apartment completely alone, kind of I start to go a little cuckoo. You know what I mean? I need someone to bounce my crazy thoughts off of for them to tell me that's not real and I go, "Okay." Cuz if I don't, ooh, I get a little loopy. I've never, I've always had kind of a fucking herd of humans in any home I've ever lived in. I know, Viad, I really want to finish the game. This game, though, sorry, my mouth today. So I vowed we're just going to keep going. So I'm just taking a break to load a bowl and hit it and chit chat, and then we're going to continue. We're going to finish this game. I want to. We're so close. We're too close. I got floppy mouth. Probably cotton mouth. Hold on. Hydrate. Right, Lita. Well, when I like mentally decided, like I realized it's really close to like closing time. I'm gonna keep going. We're finishing this game regardless. Whatever. The weather's shitty. I got nowhere to go. We're doing it. I figured it would be nice to just take a minute and hang out for a second, drink some water. I don't want to end the game. I hate this. I do this with books too. If I know I'm towards the end of a game or the end of a book, I'll like just stop reading it and go start a new book. It's weird. I've got issues. I'd bite your ankles gently. Machinia, have fun, honeybean. Lizzie, you know what's crazy? The same brothers who I just, very casually said like chase me with cleavers and syringes and whatnot. I wouldn't be a gamer if it wasn't for them. I wouldn't have my love of professional wrestling if it wasn't for my brothers and all of the rock, things around my house, which I love, and those are really good memories for me. There's certain things that like my brothers coming into my life absolutely made amazing, and like before my brothers moved in, before my mom married my stepdad, we didn't have a computer, we had nothing. We had a landline and like sticks and a garden. And then when my stepbrothers moved in, suddenly I had a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64, and I think that was it. Suddenly I had all of that and I was like, "What are these though?" And here we are today. So, it's like, sure, they psychologically and physically tortured me for a large portion of my childhood, but without them, I wouldn't be where I am today, and I'm pretty happy where I am today. Um, you know, like maybe I'd be here where I am today, but it would have been some drastically different route. Because I swear to God, my mom is, to this day, you don't just play video games, right? She's like anti-video games, always has been. We would have never had those things in my house had it not been for my brothers moving in. I don't know where I'd be today. My love of rap. My brothers introduced me to rap and rock, actually. Like The Offspring. One of my brothers got me an Offspring CD. That was like my first experience with like that kind of music and stuff like that. I don't know. Without them, I'd be different. But also, like, they fucking suck. Right, Mayo, exactly. Parts of my life was dysfunctional and uneventful, but I wasn't alone. I had my younger brother. And that's kind of how I felt. Like, even if I was in a tiff with one of my siblings, at least another one of my siblings would probably be on my side. I always felt like I had someone to go vent to. There was someone home. Like, if you just, like sometimes you just kind of want to be around someone, but not necessarily do anything with them. Chances are, if I went upstairs from the basement, one of my siblings and or parents would probably be in the middle floor of the house, either cleaning something or sitting watching TV or something, and I can just sit in the room with them and read a book, and they wouldn't talk to me. And I missed that, and I liked that aspect. Like, it was just, you could just go have that, like, I don't know what that is. Mammals like to be around other mammals sometimes, I guess. And I always had that, and I tried not to take that for granted. But, like, the caveat is that one of my brothers was an eggshell person, and, you could be chilling on the couch reading, and he might get offended that you breathed loud, and he'd fucking, like, put your head through a wall. So, like, it was a flip, but, yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you fucking gonna do, right? What is this? Who's Max Landis? Wait, what is this? Who is this? Is this new? Who is this? Ew. What has this person done? What has this person done? Ew. I have seen Wrestling Isn't Wrestling. I love it. There was a special about, oh my God, I'm really bad with names and you know this, but the super classic wrestler that had the bleach blonde hair and was super known for having the razor blades in his hand and doing that shit to make it look like he hit his head on something? Like, he literally caused more damage to his skull by faking damage to his skull. Do you know what I'm talking about? He passed away within the past couple years, like recently, quote unquote. And there was like a whole documentary about how he, like, was kind of a founder, or however you would put it, of a lot of modern wrestling moves. And he's the reason a lot of modern professional wrestling has gotten safer and has a few more safeguards here and there because of what they used to do, like putting a razor blade in the palm of their hand and doing that to make it look like someone hit them really hard. It really destroyed, I mean, all of them. It's a shock that any of them are alive. People like even Diamond Dallas Page, like, you guys know I do DDP yoga. It's one of the things that's like saved my body. But Diamond Dallas Page, the only reason I think his body even still functions is because he's so fucking dedicated to yoga and does it every single day, multiple times a day. Because without that, I think his body would just like crumple into a piece of paper, like a dead piece of paper. Just from what they do. I mean, you know, they're athletes. They're like some of the most extreme fucking most I'm trying to think of a word for it. Like, what they have to do with their bodies is so diverse. How would you say that? Like, the scope of what they do with their bodies and to their bodies, so on and so forth, is kind of fucking crazy. Yep, and they get exploited. I mean, it's almost as bad. I'm sure you guys have heard of like the boy band conspiracy, the boy band thing way back in the day, how like all of the like NSYNC and Backstreet Boys and all of them, they made like maybe $60 in the total of their careers because their managers fucked them dry. It's similar. Who doesn't destroy their bodies for shit pay? Touche. How dare you be so real? Ouch. Ouch. I know I'm supposed to be done, Bubba. We're gonna finish this game and then we can go, okay? I know. I know I love you. I know. He's like, Bob, you're supposed to be done working now. We're supposed to go on WALK. But I can't spell, so I don't know what that means. We'll go, I promise. Okay? My voice, yeah. Hold on, let me move. He has a habit of hiding right under my mic. He's very good at it. You want to come say hi real quick? There's a boy. Hi, Bubba. I know. I'm going late. I'm sorry. I know. You'll be fine. And Lilith humps him now. He's a boy. It's weird that they know what time of day it is. It's just so creepy to me. Ma'ams, Bill's like, Mother, love me. Fuck. I know. I know. That's so true, Lizzie. Like, what do you think I used to do? My work at a restaurant server or attend drill once a month, right? Though, what the fuck, though? They're just grooming each other now. They are wonderful. They act really weird sometimes, but I don't know if I would have them any other way. Huh. No, don't hump your brother. It's weird. It's weird when you do that. It's weird when you do that, ma'am. Okay, go play. Go on. Go get her. All right. Let's fucking finish this game, yeah? Or did I talk too long? Do we need to take another break? Hold on. I just want to make sure an ad doesn't run over anything. Load, you dumb whore. Do it. I mean, if you think about it, like, everybody sells something of themselves. If it's not, like, their brain or their whatever. We're all kind of whores a little bit. If not actually. I mean that in a loving way. Dude, exactly, Lizzie. Exactly. Exactly, Karen. If work requires you to use your body, then aren't you always selling your body in some way? Yeah. Yeah. You basically, I mean, you go to school to, like, get some skills, and then you sell them to somebody. If them be physical. I mean, how many people are in a job where it literally destroys their body, whether it's construction work or otherwise, right? My face, my hair, my voice. I can't think of anything else that's going on here, but something like that, maybe. My brain. I mean, when I go off on weird, like, medical tangents, maybe. Kind of. My dogs, my spiders, my vagina. We are all whores to time. Facts, though. Selling your attention? Maybe. That feels so creepy, but I mean, I can't say I'm the only one who's not. I know, I vowed we're finishing the game, so we're gonna jump in now. Unless, I was just making sure I didn't need to run an ad before we finish the game. I want to finish the game, and I know we're so close to the end, if not, like, right before an end cinematic. I was taking a break to drink some water and hang out. Back to reality. Back to life. I'm high, can you tell? We are finishing this game. It's happening. Am I, or am I using my brain or my eyes? It's annoying because people want to argue that work sex workers do isn't productive. I think, honestly, it's all just excuses getting around the fact that they want to control women's bodies. And when women, I mean, it's the sex work is predominantly women. It's that gives them power. I think that's really where it comes from, but I don't know. I'm high. I had to hydrate. Maz, I will try my best. I mean, people come back to my stream from, like, literally 8 years ago, and they're like, wow, Katie, how do you act exactly the same and sound the same? I'm like, I don't know. But I'm glad, because I don't want to be I've been okay with myself for a bit. That would be alarming. Selling your work, creation, artists. Exactly. I mean, it really all at the end of the day, but you know, one form of selling your skills is apparently icky and the other is not. I don't know. I don't know. It's not a real job. Person who's jealous. Hard yeah. Mm-hmm. That's true and sad, but it's true. It's just the idea that your body's pure, and if someone buys your body, you're no longer pure because you've been owned or rented. Like, bro, stop calling us an object, right, though? The fuck? Like, I mean, the whole idea that my worth is a hole between my legs is just like, I'm over it. I am fucking over it. I feel like there's more to me than my gash. And or what it does or is capable of, etc. 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 You know what I mean? It looks like you could, doesn't it? It literally looks like a candy. I think I look like a Jolly Rancher. It's tempting. If it didn't smell like hair dye still, it'd be tempting. But yeah. Usually after you get your hair done, like after you bleach it and shit, you try to go as long as possible without washing it so it doesn't come out. Giggity. Dating is a ritual we go through to get the same we go through to get to the same result. Is it better if it's words and food in exchange instead of money? I am very pro legalizing sex work if that wasn't apparent. 100%. I like yeah. Mhm. I think a lot of things would be calmer, easier, and you know, if people could just go get a fucking blowjob, you know? I truly believe that rubbing one out can change your day sometimes. Katie Renee literally means pure and reborn. Fact. Post-nut clarity is totally real. Seriously, I've literally had like a migraine and or stomach ache and rubbed one out and fucking felt a lot better afterwards. I don't know what it is. I just think if people, you know, like maybe you get off work every day at 5 p.m. and you know you're gonna have to go sit in rush hour traffic and it's gonna be horrible and you only have the radio in your car, which is literally like plucking a pube in the dark. Maybe you could stop at the local blow and go and just fucking get a nice rub one out and miss the traffic, be in a way better mood when you get home. Maybe put together the kids' play set before dinner's ready. I don't fucking know. I would have no problem with my significant other going to get a fucking blowjob. But that's just me. I'm kind of a liberal person. I get it. I know that's weird. Blowjobs to me ain't love. When Denmark started sending state-sponsored porn to young unattached men, the crime rate dropped. Seriously. And see, I don't want to say it, but like, you know what I mean. Waking up with growing pains, 100%. Yeah. Endorphins, I mean, there's something about it. Yeah. If it's endorphins, sure. It can literally like flip your mood for the day. Wash your hands before and after, though. Your pee is gentle. You got a nut. I do not believe in no nut November. I believe in nut as often as you want and can. Have fun. Life is short. Yeah, as long as it's an addiction, but I think if it's an addiction, people aren't getting any pleasure out of it because they're like never satisfied, right? From what I understand, but there's probably a spectrum of it. A lot of life honestly feels very NPC like. Pick your interaction to get a result. 100% yes. I saw a meme the other day, Zaquarion, that said something like, it wasn't a meme. Someone tweeted this. They said, "My sister just informed me that introverts practice conversations before they have them. Is this true?" And I almost responded, but did not. Doesn't everyone practice conversations before they interact with someone? Like, if you know it's gonna happen. I'm not shitting you. I almost said stop at Starbucks and get a blowjob on your way home from work. I've seen Idiocracy very recently. It's what the plants crave. Rondo. A local blow and go. 100%. Yes. I don't have a problem with that, and I think it would help people. Trim your nails. Oh, hard, yeah. The skins down there are soft and delicate. Thank you, Crystal. I just got it done like 2 days ago. No grow out yet. Still looks great. Honestly, I think it would help a lot. Local blow and go. Is that a chain or a franchise? Ooh, franchise? I don't know. What's the difference? I don't know. You know what I do, honestly? What I started doing, because I started using gel nail polish at home. It looks so bad. I've been picking it off. But it makes it so my fingernails can actually grow relatively long, which they've never been able to do because normally I sit there and ADHD pick my nails to pieces. I got one of those like little mini, it looks like it's just a little brush. I think they're called a nail brush, literally. It looks like a little scrubby brush that you would use on the floor, but it's literally only this big. And I use it to scrub under my fingernails, and I literally just use it every single time I wash my hands. And it's the best ever. It's the best thing ever. It's the only thing that literally makes me feel clean under my fingernails, because I think fingernails are gross if you don't do that. Ew, there's poop in there. Okay, we'll go franchise. I like that idea, Rabster. All blow and goes are independently owned by eager entrepreneurs. Absolutely. And it'll be like fries. So every blow and go will have like a theme and the owner gets to pick it. So like it could be a space blow and go where like everyone's dressed up like you could literally get blown by like one of the from Attack from Mars. Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks. You could get a blow and go from one of those, or you could go to like, I don't know, there would be all sorts of kink, like not even, not like we could probably have a couple BDSM ones, like obvious kink ones, but I'm talking like, maybe one actually is like a Starbucks and you can like fuck a Starbucks employee. I don't give a shit. We could do this. If it's ever legalized, you and I know we came up with it first here. It's happened. This belongs to the holes. Nail brushes are everything. Seriously, I think everyone needs one. Even when your nails are short, more so. I think there's more shit under short nails for some reason. If you have that little brown line on your fingernail, I would put every cent I have down that part of it's poop. The rest of it's dead skin and oil that's exposed to air and turns black. That's why blackheads are black. They're just exposed to air. They're oxygenated. Oxygenated? Oxidized. Wow. Oxidized. Oxidized! So it turns black and gross. Poop. Lena, it can also be, I know someone who actually died because they got a sliver in the tip of their finger and it caused a staph infection to go to their heart. That's also case you'll see a line. Usually it's a vein or an artery starts popping out and that's infected, and you'll see it going down the arm and going to the heart. I had a staph infection in my leg when I was a kid because I stepped on a toothpick. Scary shit. Truth. Poop particles on everything. Didn't Mythbusters do something about that? Like they tested your toothbrush, or they tested a toothbrush in a bathroom and they're like, it's covered in shit. No matter how far away from the toilet it is, like poop particles, farts cause poop particles. Like if someone farts on your pillow regularly, chances are you're going to get pink eye. Yucky. After a red, ooh, what's a red ant? Where are those? Is it like a stingy bite, like a bullet ant kind of thing? Ouchies. Mm-mm. Silver's End, a Happy Meal and a toy is included after every single blow and go. Guaranteed, 100%. It's usually like a croissant, a muffin, or just like a boiled fucking hot dog. Depending on your tip. And a toy, of course. And like one of those little like a little wet wipe. Hand sanitizing wet wipe. You got blood poisoning from a splinter of Canadian oak. No shit. I got almost the same thing from a toothpick. I was working on an armoire. Ugh. All of a sudden I had parallel lines running up my arms towards my pit. Yes. Same. I was kissing a boyfriend goodbye. I was like going to work or something. And in leaning in to give him a kiss, I dragged my foot across the ground, hovering above the ground. This is just what I guess. So it picked up the toothpick like this. You know, the toothpick was probably flat under my foot. And then my foot did this. And then I just went straight down on the toothpick with my foot right in the middle of my fucking foot. And it would have been fine because I pulled the toothpick out. But because I freaked out, fell over and was like, ow! Literally like the tip. I mean, like that much of the toothpick broke off deep within my foot. So my mom took me to the ER and the doctor was like, I can open up your foot, but it would be like digging for a needle in a haystack because your foot tendons and muscles are like stringy and they're not, And I was like, I don't want my foot cut open, so let's not do that. So she sent me home with penicillin, and seriously, I just walked around on this. It was painful as fuck for months. I think it was easily 6 or 7 months later. All of a sudden, I developed this like pimple about this big, like literally a whitehead about this big in the center of my foot. And I had forgotten about the toothpick. I think I was just like living with the irritating, weird pain. And so, I look at it and I'm like, oh my fucking what? I'm dying. I like sit on the toilet with my foot up and I'm sitting there like, oh my fuck. And I pop it, expecting the epic fucking eruption that you see when on the this is years ago when like all we had was like rotten.com or something. I don't even know where I had seen other things popped before, but I expected something really epic to happen, like a noodle of 10 pounds of pus to come out of my foot or something. I don't fucking know. No, the skin parted. Nothing came out because it was literally just dead skin. It was like a callus had formed. And that little fucking bit of toothpick just went bloop. I remember it so clearly. It was the most anticlimactic bullshit for how much time it was in there and how much it hurt. It just went bloop and just like laid next to the wound on my foot innocently in one piece. It didn't disintegrate or anything, which is crazy because usually wood will break apart inside your body. It was just there and then I got better. But it healed over and a week later I had a red line up the back of my knee and thank fuck it was summertime. So we were like going to the beach a lot and kayaking. My mom saw it. She was like, we need to go to the doctor immediately. But it was only after that fucking thing came out of my foot. And then I had to go get penicillin and shit. That was scary. But that's a staph infection. It'll show up as a line going up your arm, and that's the blood being infected. The vein is dying, and it'll go to once it reaches your heart, you die. And I had a patient one time, a little old lady. She was like in her 80s. She got a splinter in her finger. She got the splinter out, whatever. But like, this is gross. A lot of elderly people have to pick the poop out of their butt. They're like chronically constipated, and it's just a thing. Like there's some statistic like over 80% of elderly people, meaning over retirement age, that come into the ER have shit under their fingernails from having to pick it out of their ass. And so she had a splinter, took it out, probably didn't clean the wound because it was just a sliver, didn't put a band-aid on it, and then probably picked poop out of her butt and got a staph infection and died. Clean your wounds. I think it's every 10 years for a tetanus shot. Yep. And honestly, you don't need to regularly up a tetanus shot unless you live or work in an environment where it's likely that you're going to get stuck with some rusty ass shit. You know what I mean? Like if you work in a fucking metal yard or construction of any kind or the dump, yeah, get a fucking tetanus shot updated. Don't wait to get stabbed by something. Tetanus is not something to be fucked with. You know? Oh my God, called pinning. Like they thumb poop out. Oh my God, what? Could have been worse. Could have been calcified and stayed in your body forever. True. And I don't want that either. A hair splinter? I've gotten a hair splinter stuck in my lip. No shit. I was dating a guy who had a beard, and he had just had a beard trim, and like there were little beard hairs just stuck in his mustache or something from said beard trim, like maybe one or two, it wasn't a mess. And I kissed him, and one got stuck in my lip. I had a lip splinter of hair. I don't know. Bodies are weird. No shit. Is everything, like, does anything not rust? Or is it like after a certain amount of time, no matter what, it's guaranteed it's just going to have to fucking rust? Probably a good idea to get tetanus shots then. Or if you're military, true. Yep. Even though I'm a linguist and a reservist, so literally all I do is sit behind a desk now only once a month. I mean, at least you're safe. What if there was like a dirty typewriter? Who knows? Yeah, dude, tetanus, I won't even say it. I had a baby who had tetanus one time. That's all I'm going to say. Did any of y'all watch Nocturne? You remember the beetling I described? Tetanus. That's where that's from. That's what happens when you get a tetanus poisoning. X Knight 01, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class 11, giving it any swings. How are you, love? Oh, it's half cutting hairs? Oh, dude, this was like back when I was in college dating the youth. It was probably like a Bic razor or some bullshit. I don't know. It was probably something shitty. We were young, dumb, full of cum, Those days. Oh, yeah, it's terrible. It's tetanus. Get a tetanus shot if you are in any sort of environment. You don't want that. So what tetanus does is it causes all of your muscles in your entire body to not only clench so hard that they start snapping the bones, they start breaking your own bones. You get paralyzed in that position. So the moment the muscles clench as hard as they possibly fucking can and your bones are snapping, they freeze. And you get stuck until you can't breathe and you just die. It's not a way to go. Not a way to go. Get a tetanus shot. Not the way to be fucked with. I wouldn't. What up, Astro? How are you? Yeah. It's that you die. It's so quick, especially if you're young. It's quick. It's real quick. You just die. Explain MRSA. MRSA is methicillin resistant. It's actually MRSA, and it is an abbreviation for methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus. So, Staphylococcus aureus is a bacteria, part of our natural flora that lives on our skin all the time. However, it also happens to cause some pretty nasty fucking infections, but only if you're already immunocompromised. So, like, if you are really, really sick and you get a cut and you don't notice you get a cut, like say you're diabetic and you've got some neuropathy and you don't notice you have that cut, that's a perfect opportune area for that bacteria to infiltrate your system and cause a really bad infection because it's already on your skin and you didn't wash the cut. It happens to a lot of elderly, some people like that. So MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, was actually a wonderful strain of Staphylococcus aureus cultivated and created in the hospital. So I'm sure you're very familiar, i.e. your parents probably talked about it. If not, it was something you experienced personally. But back in like the 90s and 80s, doctors and medicine really took a turn. They realized that they were overusing antibiotics to the extreme. They were literally every situation ever, whether it was a virus or a bacteria. And you all know I've fucking taught you about that. Why don't we treat viruses with a fucking antibacterial? Because they are not alive. You know this. So we won't go there. But anyways, basically in the 80s and 90s, a lot of what doctors would do is you would come in with a cold, and instead of wasting the money on maybe testing for strep or testing for things, they'd be like, here's a week's run of antibiotics. Take all of them, take all 7 days, no matter how you feel, whether you're feeling better in 2 or whatnot, and you'll be fine. And they would do that for every single fucking thing across the board. And what happens is when you overutilize something as wonderful as antibiotics, I'm sure you guys have seen this like on hand sanitizer bottles is a really good example of it, but it's across, especially because of COVID. It's like on everything. I might have something. Hold on. Will it say it on here? They usually say kills 99.9% of all surface blah blah blah. This one doesn't have it. That's great. They stopped doing it. So you know how most cleaning products or whatever will say kills 99.9% of all harmful bacteria. We like, woo, awesome. That means that other 1.1% must have just missed it. Mm-mm. That leftover 1.1% or whatever, we're talking very figuratively, but just to make it easy, that leftover 1% goes on to breed amongst itself. And we all know you take two people who have really good antibodies and they have kids, their kids now have all those antibodies. So essentially what we've done by overusing, there's nothing wrong with using cleaners, there's nothing wrong with antibiotics. It's the overusing of them is that we essentially proliferated bacteria that are now resistant to the cillins, meaning penicillin, amoxicillin, so on and so forth. All of the antibiotics, they're antibiotic resistant. So if you have MRSA, you have MRSA forever, actually. So I know you said you've had it twice. You're going to die with MRSA. You just have it now. I have it now. Pretty much anyone who's ever had an extended stay and or worked in a hospital probably has MRSA. It's just, it doesn't express itself in terms of having an infection or showing itself on your skin in any way, shape, or form until you're already immunocompromised, meaning you're having a different infection that your body's fighting, so it's focusing a lot of energy there, or you're sick, so on and so forth. You know what immunocompromised is. I don't need it. You know that. You're smart enough. Does that make sense? So, like, for instance, I have MRSA in my nose. No idea why. There's some statistic like over 90% of all medical staff have MRSA. We just do because we're drenched in that environment 24/7. Chances are it just happens. But like I said, as long as you're healthy, it's not gonna show up on you anywhere. We're safe no matter what. We treat every patient as if both of us have some communicable thing. We're that safe. You know what I mean? So it's not a thing. But what happens to me is like it hasn't happened in so long, but if I get a really, really, really bad cold where my nose is just running and pouring shit for weeks and it makes the inside of my nose raw, that is the opportune time for MRSA to make its entrance. And basically what happens is I'll get a little sore in my nose that never heals. That's all it is though. Like that's the kind of thing MRSA does. It'll be like literally a sore smaller than my pinky nail on the inside of my nose that never heals. And the reason I know MRSA's having a party is because it never heals. When normally, you fucking go to pick your nose and it's not snot, you fucking pick the wall of your nose off or something and you scab, it heals pretty quickly. But if you're someone who's, either stayed in a hospital for an extended period of time and or worked in it and it doesn't heal very quickly, maybe go get swabbed and check it out. They'll just give you an ointment that's got it's a steroidal ointment you put on it. It's like clear, it looks like Vaseline. Some people have it in their nose, some people have it on their lips, some people get it in their eye. But yeah, it's just like it's like this prevalent thing. Staphylococcus aureus always is on us. That's something that's always on your skin. It's part of your natural flora, and as long as you are healthy, you don't have open wounds that aren't being cared for, and you're getting good nutrition, it's not a problem. It's actually good. It's healthy. It fights off other stuff that we don't want to be on our skin. Um, but methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus is not something that's native to our skin, and that absolutely comes from hospitals. But unfortunately, if you ever get some sort of, wound that never heals and you're like, what the fuck is this? And you go to get checked out and they say you have MRSA. If you ever get a flu, you're probably going to get a sore in that exact spot again. If it's anything like anything I've ever seen and experienced before, that's usually the way it goes. I don't know. It's kind of, it's similar, I guess you could, not similar scientifically, but similar in how it presents to like herpes. Like lots of people have herpes simplex on their mouth, but until they get a cold or a cut or they're really sick, they never get a cold sore and they're not communicable unless they have a cold sore. It's similar in that way, but yeah, that's what MRSA is. Sorry for the tangent. Does that make sense? JJ, dude, did I ever tell you that? I learned about Lysol my freshman year. Well, no, it was my first year of med school, my very first microbiology class ever. Super cool experiment. So my microbiology teacher wanted to get us like stoked about micro. So what she did is each lab bench, each person actually, we all got to have, I think it was 5 petri dishes apiece with like a good agar medium in them. And what we got to do is we got to go around the room or whatever we want to do. We got to swab 4, no, it was 3. We got to swab 3 things of our choice. The 4th thing was you had to swab your hands the way they were you came in the classroom. Super shaming there. And then you had to swab, I think we swabbed like our goggles. I think it was our lab goggles or something like that. But anyways, you got to swab 3 things, whatever you wanted. And people were like swabbing the toilet seat, swabbing, door handles, all of this shit. Can you guys guess the dirtiest things? And those of you who know and have heard this story, don't say. We got to swab whatever we wanted. So people were swabbing cell phones. Yes, cell phones existed when I was in college. I'm not that fucking old. They were swabbing their keys, their car keys. People were swabbing their purses. What else? Their pencil cases, their notebooks, the lab benches that were supposedly sterilized. Keyboards, they were definitely swabbing keyboards. I'm just trying to think of everything I saw because everybody did so many things in case you can't think of what you thought might be the dirtiest thing, because I guarantee you won't guess it. Makeup. Some girls had like compacts, like where they just powder their face to remove oil or something in the middle of the day. They swabbed just like the outer rim of the compact. Fingernails. Ooh, there were a couple girls in my class, which, by the way, this doesn't last very long because you cannot have fake nails working in a hospital environment. But a couple girls the first couple days of classes had like dragon lady nails and they swabbed their fingernails. Spoiler alert, that wasn't it. I know we've talked about poop under the fingernails. I will just tell you right now, that was not the dirtiest thing. I'd love to be forever 25, although I was kind of dumb at 25. I want the skin. I'll take the 25-year-old skin. It's a good song. Door handles, you'd think. It's not. I put my spectacles in the dishwasher now and again, or on the Gentle program. I have several, so not just one pair, because glasses be dirty. Dude, I have alcohol on my desk. I constantly alcohol swabbing glasses and stuff like that, because I think they break me out. I've literally gotten a pimple right there before, and I'm like, that's a weird, there's literally no flesh on the bridge of my nose. Why did I get a pimple? Glasses. There was no one in my class that had a beard. Beards weren't cool yet. Yeah, the lumbersexual thing hadn't kicked in yet. I'm just I don't want to mislead you guys. It wasn't a beard. There were some dudes in my class, but no one had a beard. Also, when you're in school for nursing, they tend to highly discourage beards, and if not, kind of try to strong arm you into shaving it off, simply because you're kind of a pain in the ass. It's really impossible to get an airtight seal of any kind of mask or PAPR system on someone who has a full beard, which means you're just at risk of getting tuberculosis. It's scary, but it sucks. I love a good beard. Ooh, soap dispenser or sink knobs. That's a good one. You're getting close. I'll say it has to do with the bathroom. It might not be a fixture, but it has to do with the bathroom. That was the second dirtiest. But you guys are cold on the first. I know you'd think it's keyboards and mouses. I'm going to tell you right now it wasn't. I'm going to give you, let me give you a little bit, not a hint, but like take this into your guesses. So, bacteria needs either a relatively aqueous environment to thrive, meaning it will actually grow on a petri dish if we swab and put it on the auger, or it needs a porous environment. So some sort of surface that probably has underlying moisture, like wood, like raw wood is a good example. Not porous like, a pumice stone, like not obviously porous, but something that moisture can hide deep within, therefore the bacteria can be deep within. those are the kinds of things where bacteria can live long enough for us to swab it without having someone, have coughed on it literally within the past 15 seconds. Take that into thought. I'm going to run an ad into a break real quick, and then we can finish up straight. I want to see your guesses, though, because you aren't close. Yes, sales. Exactly. You're kind of close, but I want to see where your brains go with that in mind. So, like, for instance, like a soap dispenser, that's a pretty good guess. Hand dryer, depending on how wet it stays and how busy. If at any time the hand dryer dries off, the bacteria will die. They would have to be replaced with more. You know what I mean? So like plastic surfaces, metal surfaces tend not to be the breeding grounds of icky shit. Those are spoilers. But I want to see if anyone can guess it. Because honestly, I couldn't have guessed it. As a chemistry graduate, I wouldn't have guessed it. At all. I'm going to give you 3. There's 3 of them, and they were so equal. One of them was so significantly worse than the other ones, though. Holy shit, you're going to vomit in your mouth. I will do my best to explain it in the best way possible. Break, and then I'll give you the answers, and then we finish game. I'm in no rush, though. I'm going to enjoy this. Sorry about that. I was giving my dogs treats and spilled the entire bag on the floor, so I had to pick it up before they fucking hoovered it. That was fun. Heart rate. Hi. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, Stream Elements has been weird and the bot's been dead all fucking day. Sucks. I know. Literally, it worked for like an hour at the beginning of stream, and then it just... But I guess it's a known issue. It's not just me. Other streamers are experiencing it, so we tried. I literally took it away and re-added it so many different times. Wow, that is yellow. That is the color of my hair. Holy shit. Holy balls. Out with you, beast. Out with you. My very dirty ass old keyboard. Honestly, I would think it would be keyboards too, because keyboards are usually full of like dead skin and stuff, right? I would have thought it was too. But because they're usually dry, keyboards are dry, things can't live in them. So unless they're actively being used by someone right away and they're like icky and, wet, sponges are bad. So here's the thing, not even kidding you, sponges are so fucking filthy, they're not allowed on school grounds. There wasn't a sponge to swab. My teacher was so I swear to God, she was close to tears begging us not to use sponges near on anything we're going to put in our mouth, anything. She's like, use them for outdoor activities, and that's it. She said sponges are literally the most foul. There's no way to get a sponge clean once it has been wet and introduced to anything that's food for bacteria, because it's just a dark, porous, wet environment, permanent on the inside. It's fucking gnarly. I think the only way to clean a sponge is literally to let it dry out to the point it's a hard-ass rock under your sink for 6 months. That's the only way. It's fucking gnarly. So I'm going to tell you, the dirtiest thing... Wait, should I start from the third? I'm going to start from the third. So... one of them is like a combo. I'm trying to think how to put them in order, because one of them, kind of a combo of a couple, but it was so fucking gnarly. I'm going to start with the worst one, because it was literally... So basically... a lot of the Petri dishes were wiped out, and no one got to know what grew because of this one. It literally grew a flesh-colored, smooth, gooey fungus across the incubator, across 10 of, the entire shelf of Petri dishes was taken over by what grew in this one, and they were all incubated in the exact same incubator, in the exact same growth medium for the exact same amount of time. It took over. Fucking, yes, microwave. I was trying to think, I know some people put them in the dishwasher, but I've heard that's not good either, but microwave might work. I think that might. I think we learned that later on. So, the worst thing was a fucking leather cell phone case. But it wasn't all the cell phone cases. It was really this person. And I felt kind of bad for this person because she ended up being an example for the class. So what had happened was she had a BlackBerry or a Blackjack or something. It was at that point in time. It was pre-iPhone. Or maybe the first iPhone was out. I don't know. And she had a leather case on it. And it was real leather. And leather is very porous. And, most of the time leather is not waterproofed. Real leather is usually usually not meant to be worn in all weather unless it's been waterproofed or treated with something because it's insanely hard to dry. And when it dries, it tends to dry like really hard and crispy and gnarly. So what happened was this girl swabbed her cell phone case, but it was actually her makeup that was introducing the bacteria to her phone. So what happens is, and I've told you guys this before, like makeup should always, any makeup that's touching your face or your eyeballs or like, you know, the tool is part of the makeup case. You know what I mean? That needs to be thrown away every 3 to 4 months, period. Full fucking stop. Eyeshadow and dry powder ingredients, you can sanitize them by spraying the fuck out of the tops of them with alcohol, like rubbing alcohol, 70, 90%, whatever. And then literally you wipe that top layer off and spray it again with alcohol and let it sit. You can so I have some literal eyeshadow palettes from 15 plus years ago, like collectors, you know, Urban Decay, Alice in Wonderland ones. I don't really use them anymore, but I could if I sanitize them because they are dry products. Anything that's a wet product needs to be fucking, I don't care if you used it up, needs to be thrown away every single 3 to 4 months. Because what's happening is I don't have, I tend to not use makeup. I don't really use face makeup, but I do have some from when I do special effects. I'm going to grab one just because the visual explanation is better and we'll make this go by quicker. One sec. This is a good example. This is a mascara I hate and don't care about. So, mascara is a big one. It needs to be changed out. I mean, honestly, I use up mascara. I have to buy a new mascara every like 6 weeks. I don't know how the fuck anyone has mascara sitting around that long. But what happens with any kind of moist makeup is you are opening this environment inside, which is dark and was previously free of oxygen, but now you have allowed oxygen into it. You have put this on your eye or your face, if it's like, you know, fucking, I don't know what any of it's called, concealer. I don't use the face stuff anymore. Concealer, any of that, you've put it on your face, and your face has, you know, the natural little flora, just like the rest of your skin, Staphylococcus aureus, all the fun shit is on your face all the time. Your eyes have millions of microscopic mites, spiders, in your eyelashes that live there, and they eat the dead skin that your eyelashes and your eyes produce. And without them, we would literally go blind. You would literally develop like a dead skin callus over your eye and go blind without them. But when you do this, inevitably, some of the bacteria, some of the dead skin from your face, whatever the fuck's in your eye juices or your face juices is going to get on that brush. And then you're putting it back into a perfect dark environment that you've now thrusted oxygen into. And most dangerous things in the world love dark, dank places. It's their favorite. And there was a big move. This is not beneficial in any way, shape, or form. Do not do this. I'm going to do this because I don't care. I hate this mascara. It was shitty. It was a test. People do this. This is not doing anything but introducing more oxygen, drying out your product, and enhancing bacterial growth. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Lesson of the day. Stop doing this. That is the worst thing you can ever do. But what happens with like face makeup and stuff like that is, so day one, wipe it on your face, put it back in the bottle, wipe it on your face, stick it back in the bottle, wipe it on your face. By day 30, you can imagine how many layers of dead skin and little mites and little bugs and bacteria and fungus. We have fungus that lives on our skin as well. Fungal spores from the air and shit like that has now been thrust into this perfect little dark anoxic environment. This becomes a cesspool of sick. I couldn't even, oh my God. I have so many disgusting stories of people that have come through the ER with like 50 layers of makeup on because they didn't realize they needed makeup remover or something. And you're just like, I mean, common sense isn't common, right? You can't assume it. So what's happening is every time you use that, you use your makeup, you're putting more bacteria in here. And what the scientists have concluded, it is no matter what, throw it away after 3 months because that's how long it takes to develop something very dangerous in this little container. And you don't want to be putting that back on your face. And then you put your phone on your face, which is porous dead skin of another animal, i.e. leather. And the moisture and oils and sweat from your face gets into your phone. Your spit gets on your phone, makes it a natural moist environment for these funguses to thrive. So then, no matter how much you clean your face, every single time you use your phone, you're reintroducing all of that back to your face, which is also dirty makeup is a leading cause of acne, just FYI. So what was happening was, old phone case, same makeup being used over. And this was someone who this was the dawn of Instagram makeup before Instagram existed. This was when people were starting to make YouTube videos where they had those brushes. I just have paintbrushes here, but literally they looked like this. Hold on, let me dry it off. They still exist. This is still something people do. But I would watch girls, they would squirt literally a puddle of makeup into their hand and use what looked like a paintbrush, but was actually like an $80 makeup brush, the Sigma 9, blah, 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 blah. And they would paint their faces until there was nothing recognizable. And then they go in with contour and blush and they put all the contour and shit back that they just covered up. And that was a big thing. And when you're using that much with a dirty brush as well, because I guarantee, when's the last time you washed your fucking makeup brushes? Be honest. Look me in the eye and be honest. It wasn't today. That shit's nasty. So the whole combination of the dark, nasty environment, the dirty brush that's also a dark, nasty, porous environment that's getting wet every single day and not getting cleaned every day because no one's doing that, being wiped on your face constantly and then your phone, what happened was whatever fungus had decided to thrive inside of her makeup, given the perfect environment of the incubator, just fucking became the Safe Puff Marshmallow Man, essentially, and just went wild. It was literally, what's that movie, Evolution? Like the pink, growing thing that gets attacked with, what do they use, like Head and Shoulders? This was nothing. I mean, obviously it was not the same thing, but that's all I could think of, was that exact scene. It took over everything. Everything. Wild. So that was number 1 and 2, because it was her makeup really was the source of where all this was coming from, because she freaked out. She was like, is my face growing mold? Like, am I dying? She just wore so much makeup, and it was old makeup, old nasty brushes, combos of all this all together is just, it's like, the perfect storm for ick to happen. We're dirty. Animals are dirty. And then on top of it, they're wiping their mouth. Whatever's in your mouth is getting in that brush and then being reapplied to your face. I just can't. I could go on forever. It's fucking gnarly. Please be safe with makeup and clean your shit. The second, I guess the third dirtiest thing was the bottom of a purse. Because where do women set their purse when they take a shit? So, arguably, you'd think it would be the bathroom floor because it's piss, it's shit, it's everything on everyone's shoes that's ever walked into a public bathroom ever. Imagine that in a medical environment. Oh my fucking God. And then you set your most likely leather purse onto the kind of mysteriously wet ground. That petri dish grew something that looked like white Pharaoh fluid. Like pointy mountains of something. Not even my teacher could identify what the fuck it was. Icky. I wear a tiny backpack that I don't even have to take off if I take a piss. It's the best. Most bathroom hooks have been torn off at this point, Banana, unless it's a brand new establishment. That hook has been ripped the fuck off. Or a lot of newer bathrooms, they do not put that hook there because people kept leaving their purse or forgetting it. Or forgetting their belongings, like in shopping malls and shit like that. They'd forget their shit on that hook. So I've been to a lot of airports. Airports do not put that hook anymore. They have nowhere because they don't want you leaving your luggage. Because, they're all like, it's a bomb. Yeah. Crossbody. Yep. I have one. I don't even have. Do I have it near me? I think I do. Hold up. We're playing the game. I swear to God. Oh, fuck. This is the best thing ever. These are those little I think it's Loungefly is the brand. They have a ton. This is my second one ever, but they last forever. Loungefly. Yep. They're the little Loungefly guys, but they're such a perfect size to sit on a potty and it touches nothing. Perfect. And it fits an iPad. Amazing. But I don't have to take this shit off to pee. I don't sit it on the ground. Ew. Loungefly. Yep. They have literally, if you go to like Amazon, name some franchise you like, they have a purse themed after it. They also have tons of purses and stuff. I mean, backpacks are just one of the many things they do. But like my previous one was a Disney Haunted Mansion themed one. I had that one for many years. The only reason I stopped wearing it is it started breaking down. Like the seams were busting up. Women's products be dirty. Wrong ear. Wait, is it? Yes. Moron. Aliens. Oh my god, you should own stock. Just don't touch the bottom. I think it'd be a good thing for thieves. Just lean over the door and snatch the purse. And you, with your pants down, honestly, people probably do that, to be real. I think I've seen lots of bathrooms where there's not even the spot where it's been torn off. It's just not there anymore. You made it? Oh, I wish I liked sewing. Wait. Oh, did you like crochet that? Is that crochet? It looks like it. The little star pattern looks like it came from a circle. Is it crochet or knitted? That's beautiful. That really is. I wish I had the tenacity to do something like that. All right, let's finish this game, yeah? I need chapstick. And we will cheers, because we missed my 420. But I was blabbing. Where's my chapstick? My mouth is so dry. But I've drank so much water. I've lost it. Guess they're going with a bomb. I used to do crossbody bags all the time, and it just started hurting my shoulders. Like, I don't have intensely broad shoulders, I guess, for my size, maybe. And I felt like no matter, even if they were not heavy, it felt like I was just having that one cut into my trap was bugging me. I like having the even spread, and just the fact that I'm hands-free. Honestly, no matter what bag you carry, it's a trash bag, right? Purses just carry trash. This is just trash. I get it. Like, they're all just trash. But I can't stand not having a hand. Like, you know, if it's on one shoulder, you're always holding it. Like, it never stays up. At least not for me. I don't have nice enough square shoulders for that, I guess. It's just a pain in the ass. Whereas that one, it's a backpack. Like, you just swing it over your shoulder and you're done. I don't have to think about it. It's nice. It doesn't get pickpocketed because when I sit in a seat on a train or something, I'm literally like sitting on my bag. Like, I lean against my backpack, you know? Thank you, Night Driver. I just got it done. Thank you. Countries, you right, though. I'm a dry bee. Yes, we will. Cheers. I packed a whole bowl for it, Lizzie, and everything. I just kept talking like a fool. Look at this. It's still a new bowl. That was yours. Dude, Night Driver. So I let the lady who did my hair just do whatever she wanted. So I had no idea what she was making. I'm pretty sure this is not a homebrewed color, this one. But the brand she used, I know was Pulp Riot. Both of the colors. So if Pulp Riot has a color that to you looks similar to this, I guarantee that's what it is. If you want to take it to your hairdresser and get it done or do it yourself. Both were Pulp Riot. I asked her on purpose because I knew you guys would want to know what kind, because, you know, there's a million different hair dyes out there these days. But both were Pulp Riot, and honestly, look how consistent it is. Like, I'm impressed. I didn't do this. I'm not trying to, like, take credit for it. I just took care of my hair up until the point, which is, I'll take kudos for that. I take good care of my hair. But she did it is so consistently blue. She did a really good job. I've never had hair that looks this flawless. Like, usually, you know, there's at least some banding or something. She did a good job. Yeah. She did a very good job. I feel very taken care of. She did nice. She's good. She's good. If you guys want to check out her Instagram was Cat Does Hair. See, and I, in a million years, never would have done this hair on myself. I would have thought this looked hideous on me. Never. Because my skin is very green toned. I'm very, like, olive. I would have thought this would look like shit on me. Never. I would have never done this myself. Ever. You would have had to pay me. She is. And she's so young. I think she's, like, literally mid-20s, maybe. She's very, very young. Very talented. Say on again. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say you should clean your bong water at least once a day if you're smoking as much as me. I'm going to cheers right now. But literally, think about, like, if you think about the fresh flour that falls through and doesn't get burned, sitting in this nice little aqueous environment with sun, no wind to disturb it, and you are definitely drooling. Nobody can tell me that exactly 0 spit's getting down into that. Cheers. Oh god. Lighter. It's KAT. It should be at Cat Does Hair on Instagram. I looked it up and it was the first thing that came up. There shouldn't be more than one. Instagram doesn't let you copy names. KAT Does Hair. Sorry. Cheers. If you find out what color it is, let me know. Like if you look at the pulp red dyes or something, we all decided it's acid green. But honestly, I don't know. I like it though. All right, shall we finish the game before I'm streaming well into the midnights? I moved chat. I can see you. Pause music. Gams.